Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. I'm here to tell you folks, the fascist world has fallen. Oh, they're implementing the fascist world. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my beach. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again when we're together and not again. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people.
So a lot of my friends are libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Don't worry, it's not a Hassan stream. I just didn't realize that my microphone wasn't plugged in. I was streaming. Oh, I wasn't streaming. I was on Grid stream earlier today. For like turned into a couple of hours, honestly. Kirk chair? Oh, that's not that too soon. Is it too soon for the Charlie Kirk jokes? It might be too soon, boys. That was rough. Honestly, I've only ever seen Andrew Tate in the intro now. His relevance has evaporated. I've got a couple days set aside this weekend. I'm gonna make a new intro. I'm gonna make a new I'm gonna take a new photo of myself, because the one with like the old shitty mic and I weigh like 25 pounds more is where I'm like, you know, it's like not really cutting it. Like I gotta get a new thing for the thumbnails. I gotta make a bunch of shorts from yesterday and Monday and hopefully from today, spread them out and make a new intro. Like Kobe in the cockpit, just drop it. Listen, I know that is a funny rap lyric from Crack Amico, but I don't think it works in this instance. How dare you for not saying Casimir is your favorite Jew? True. I'm not even a Jew. I'm everything but. The closest thing I am to a Jew is part Lebanese, but those were all Christians that fled the Middle East. Like, that's it. That's the closest thing I've got to Jewish in me. I am also Hitler's greatest fear and the Jews' greatest I am the Jewish Ubermensch, okay? I'm part black, I'm part Middle Eastern / white Christian. I'm a whole bunch of different mixed race bullshit from all over Europe. Right? I am the Jewish Uberman. I am what the Jews want to create with all of those miscegenation ad campaigns. And I'm high IQ. Ooh, Hitler would fear me, boys. No, he would kill me. There wouldn't be a lot of fear, but you get what I'm saying. And I'm tall. Oh, shit. And I'm tall. Fucking let's go. Proving Hitler wrong, but I got diseases. Hitler would just be like, yeah, you got rare degenerative diseases and fucking you can't eat bread. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's, that fucking mixed race shit in you. And that might be right. There may be some science to support the idea that mixing a whole bunch of shit together gives you weird diseases. Scott is one intelligent mongrel. Yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get this party started. I was on Grid Stream earlier. We streamed yesterday. Feeling a little better. We're going to have a good stream tonight talking to Ryan. Donate to my $50 monthly healthcare budget with super chats. $50 is really, really expensive and really steep. Because I was trying to make like a monthly healthcare budget joke. But in $1910, they paid like $1 to $2 a year for just the healthcare. And like $10 to $20 a year for like a full-blown membership with all the cool stuff and mutual aid and fraternal societies. And I was like, I'm not going to make like a fucking $10 sub goal for the night. I was like, what if I do it in today's dollars? And in today's dollars, it would be like $30. It'd be like $28 for the year on the expensive ones. So I was like, whatever, fuck it. We'll do it. We'll just do $50. We'll do it in today's dollars, $50, and that's still like double what it would normally cost monthly. Should have made a snap joke. A snap joke. I don't even get it. Like an EBT thing? No, that's for the first of the month, boys. That's for Saturday. If we stream Saturday, I'll probably be working on making the intro. All right, so I have a genuine question. This isn't even like I mean, it's kind of a joke, but I was just thinking about while I was in the shower, because I always shower like right before stream. So, genuine, real question. So there is there's a reverse Kramer index, right? And basically, the way the reverse Kramer index is Jim Cramer. He gives some of the worst stock advice known to man, and he's had a job giving stock advice for like 25, 30 years. And he's been so bad at it that people have made an index that you can follow, which is just whatever Kramer tells you to do, you do the exact opposite. Some years, the reverse Kramer index is actually bad, but many years, more often than not, the reverse Kramer index, you will make money. And this year, I think the reverse Kramer index is up like 53%. So if you did the exact opposite of what Jim Cramer said all year long, you would have made 53% return on investment, which is an insane amount of money, right? Way more profitable than just investing in the stock market. Okay, so there's that. And the reason, right, we're going somewhere, okay? There's another index. The other index is the Pelosi index. And the Pelosi index is you just buy and sell whatever Paul Pelosi buys and sells. Now, you're not going to make as much money as Paul Pelosi because because you have to follow what he's doing. All his trades aren't necessarily public. You're not always aware of the trades that he makes when he makes them. But to the best of your ability, you make the trades that Paul Pelosi makes, and that one is up 47% this year, right? And Paul Pelosi is this giant financial genius, and or he is Nancy Pelosi's husband, and he does insider trading. Okay, so here's my question. If we assume that the massive amount of money in the Pelosi index is because of insider trading and fraud, and we assume that Jim Cramer still has a job, right? That one only has about another... Okay, hear me out. And we assume that Jim Cramer only has a job with his massive amount of incompetence because he's just saying what all the experts are saying and whatever they want us to believe, which sometimes means giving us really bad advice because the people, the billionaires, right, that can engage in shorts that we can engage in. Obviously, you can buy short like ETFs and shit, but like you can't make your own short. So they're shorting things and then telling people to like drop the things they're shorting, or like trying to cause some, or like they're trying to get it to artificially inflate. Then they short it, and then they're like tell you, right? So we assume that both these people are engaged in some form or another of fraud and theft and, illicit activities on the stock market. Is there a reverse Cramer Pelosi index that combines both of these and only tells you to do the trades when Pelosi does the trade and Cramer tells you not to do the trade, or vice versa, right? Like if Pelosi buys and Cramer says sell this stock, then it goes in the reverse Cramer Pelosi index. And because we have to assume that Pelosi's also just putting money in the stock market and betting like the rest of us. There's no insider trading. It's just like he's just doing like everybody else is doing. And we have to assume that a lot of advice that Jim Cramer gives is just normal tax advice that's, or stock advice that's good advice or bad advice, whatever. These are normal shit. But is there an index that will only say this is something you have to sell or this is something you have to buy because Pelosi's buying it and Jim Cramer's telling you to sell it, or vice versa, Jim Cramer's telling you to buy it and Pelosi just dumps some? Because I want to see that index, because I intuitively, like, because they're both up right now, the reverse Cramer and the Pelosi, they're both up like 53 and 47%. The combination of that might actually make you like an insane amount of money. And then you just like and then the rest of your trades, you just like invest in like, buy a little gold, buy some actual Bitcoin, put a chunk in, like a really safe mutual fund, and then like whatever. You know what I mean? Like diversify it, but diversify it with a bunch of stable shit, like, and hedge your bets in case anything happens, right? Have some precious metal, have some commodity currency, right? Some Bitcoin or whatever, have stuff just in the stock market. Surely the chances they both, right. But this isn't like this is all you do. I'm just curious what that index would be. I'm sure it's only like 2 or 3 trades a year, right? But like, you got to imagine at least once a year, Cramer was like, whatever you do, sell your Nvidia stock right now. And then Pelosi's buying a bunch of Nvidia stock. And it's like, okay. All the other shit is white noise, but that one, where he's specifically telling you to sell some shit and Pelosi's buying it, buy that fucking stock. half of those lost market in the. But yeah. But just you hear me, right? Like, I don't want to get too into the weeds in it. I'm not a super big like stonks guy, but I'm just curious. Does anybody combine those two? Like separately, they're memes, and people do. They don't make that much money off the the reverse Kramer index. Like sometimes it does well, sometimes it does bad. It's mostly a meme. But you'd still make like more money than if you just invested in the stock market in the reverse Kramer index, which is wild. Of course, you'll never make as much money as like an AI supercomputer in New Jersey with fiber optic cable to the New York Stock Exchange that's just making and selling before you get to do anything. Should post that on Wall Street Bets? Yeah. I probably should. I don't know. Yo, where the fuck is everybody? Did y'all like come watch me on Grid Stream and then get burnt out? Or are you just not interested in the fucking... This is what happens when I stream more than twice in a week, is people are like, all right, I've seen enough of you this week. I'm telling you, boys. Like, share, subscribe. 6 of you right now are watching the stream, haven't liked the stream. I don't know who Grid is. An Unreasonable Man or Grid One Motorsports. He's been on Prime Guys a bunch. He's doing something at DebateCon that I'm going to here in like a couple weeks. And 2 weekends from now. And like with the DebateCon with Modern Day Debates or whatever. And then I was like DMing him like, hey, I got the hotel tickets, yada yada. And then he was like, I'm streaming on my day shift. Like, hop in. So and then I put it in the Discord. I was like, hey everybody, hop in. Busy believing in the AI tech bubble. Dude, what did hold on, I tweeted something out. Let me find this shit. I got to be careful with opening Twitter on stream right now because everybody is just super obsessed with fucking Sydney Sweeney's tits again. And I'm just like, dude, we get it. She has tits. Who cares? Where's it at? Why are you guys not following me on Twitter? I'm fucking hilarious. All right? If you're not following me on Twitter, you're fucking up. Let me find... Oh, here it is. So someone said, what the fuck is happening? And it's just this one picture. Don't be average. Attend all your lectures. Do humanities degree. Say no to ChatGPT. Only use ethical AI like Coco Note. Go to the library on weekends. Finish assignments early. And then the different one. It's happening. Gen Z is turning academic, attending 9 a.m. lectures. Saying no to brain rot like ChatGPT. Only using ethical AI like Anara. Handwriting essays. Saying no to humanities degrees. And they were like, what the fuck is happening? And that was like, we live in a fake socialist economy propped up by death and war. Dead internet theory is real. And we're in a .com bubble 2.0, but it's AI. I was like, yeah. Oh, well, that's the wrong one. There we go. Who is Ryan Mullally? I spoke with him before. I believe he's a lawyer, right? He was like, I don't know, he like hung out with Wick and debated Destiny some. He's like kind of like a right-leaning, kind of liberty-minded conservative lawyer, if I remember correctly. Yes to everything except the AI bubble. Dude, we are 100% in an AI bubble. We are 100% in an AI bubble. Without a doubt, we are in an AI bubble. Anyone that thinks we're not in an AI bubble is retarded. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't. What makes it a bubble? Well, apart from the boom-bust cycle of the economy and fiat currency maintaining, over-investments in businesses until we get a natural bust, and then we have to kind of get rid of all the fraud and bullshit, right? We're always in a bubble when we're not in a recession, like we're not in a specific recession. But the thing when I say we're in a bubble right now, much like the .com bubble, is everybody is obsessed with investing in literally all different types of AI things. And like there's a ton of money poured into it, but only some of them are ultimately going to succeed. And what makes it we're in a bubble? I'm not even going to describe a bubble. Here's what makes it a bubble. I have seen not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5+ hot Asian girls who had just graduated high school, one of which was still in high school, being flown out to get 6-figure jobs in the tech AI industry in LA just because they're hot Asians. That's bubble shit. That's a whole bunch of money being thrown around and nobody knows where to put it. Okay? That's all you need to know. Maybe because it might be the biggest labor. No, I'm not saying that fucking AI is a bad investment. What I'm saying is we're in a bubble because there's a whole bunch of people that don't know what the fuck they're investing in a whole bunch of different shit. And like, that's like when the boom and bust cycle occurs, right? When we get some fucking crazy inflation kick in and, you know, people start noticing it and fucking, you know, and the Federal Reserve has nothing more they can do with interest rates. We're going to get a pop. All right, a whole bunch of random investments are going to be tied up in stupid ass fucking startups that are doing nothing. That's what I mean by bubble. I'm not saying like fucking AI is a bad investment or you shouldn't invest in AI or like everyone that thinks AI is going to be good is dumb. Yo, what's up, Liquid Zulu? Poval, to be clear, my main contention is only that I don't think they have the ability to say that it is 10 times bigger than the Great Depression or whatever. I missed something, Zulu. He's responding to Parrot Zulu, what makes it a bubble? Okay. How's everything with Scott? I'm doing good. I was on Grid Stream earlier. I'm excited to go to DebateCon. That should be fun. I just bought tickets. It was like $350 just for the hotel. For 3 nights, because I'm driving. I'm not flying to Nashville. It's like it's less than a 10-hour drive. I'm not buying like $300-400 worth of tickets to fly. Like, nah. Like, I'll just drive and get one more night in the hotel. Nice. Think I might get that job. The one that was paying $23 an hour, dude? Hell yeah, dude. Especially like investigating fraud and stuff. That's a fun fucking job as a libertarian. The evidence they were using is that it was a cross investment, which doesn't prove the claim. Liquid, like, there are things I'm smart about. Fucking stonks is not one of them. I go by vibes, all right? Like a true fucking altruist, I vibe it out. And when I see a bunch of fucking 18-year-old Asian baby girls getting flown out to go be on boats for tech AI startups, I know that this fucking sector of the economy has a bunch of dumb money in it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need any. I don't like. I understand that it's like a good investment to invest in AI. AI is the future in many ways. But my spider senses are tingling like a motherfucker when I see that shit repeatedly. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying, Liquid Zulu? Like separating all of like the mathematical pure definition of it. Sure, that is valid evidence. I'm just saying that the evidence that was being used to show that it was a super big bubble was dumb. Yeah, I don't know what degree it's a bubble. I just know there's overinvestment because a lot of people don't understand it, and on top, like, except for the people making it, and a lot of the people making it sign NDAs and shit. And like, you know, and if you whistleblow on, you know, on Sam Altman, you might end up suiciding yourself and then having your body dragged to the bathtub after you suicide yourself. And then there's all of that like fucked up investment shit in it. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Feels like a bubble. Like, I don't know to what degree it's a bubble or if it's a huge bubble, right? Or like, and I'm sure some people are going to make fucking bank when everything comes down, right? Like, I don't think the entire market is like oversaturated. Like, some of it is absolutely good investment, but AI is the future, but Sora Pixar trailers is not. Bro, Sora 2 has been putting out some wild shit. Like, I fucking... Hold on. You guys want to see... Like, you want to see my favorite AI video currently? Here's my favorite AI video currently. All right? You tell me AI isn't the future. And I'll show a fucking liar. All right? Here's how I know AI is, without a doubt, the future. Because... they're making bangers like this.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Future Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my
AI slop is right. This shit is hilarious.
dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah, got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya tried to move, she out of love. She better know.
This is what AI is for, boys. Fuck saving jobs in the banking industry and, you know, increasing the productivity of labor throughout the entire economy and thus making prices in the world a far closer to utopic space as we're able to, you know, utilize creative destruction and revolutionize labor and prices throughout the entire world. Fuck all of that. This is what I want from AI. I want robots making fun of commies.
Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She my Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy. Making me look bad on the stream. Gonna hit her with my power beam.
Slope is dope. All you do is bitch and complain, man.
I don't know why that stupid dog up. She should know better not to call for help.
It doesn't look like him. I mean, the stills look like him.
Cause you already know where my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know?
You post, dude. You cringe at literally everything. You're so negative.
How much money I spent? That dog cost more than your mama rent. I got the most expensive breed.
He would know how much your mom's rent costs. You know, what with his mom being a giant landlord. Just throwing that out there. Black pilled and based? Nah, dude. You can't be based and be depressed. If your ideology makes you constantly fucking mad and depressed, you're not based. Yeah, I hope I can get the position so I can transfer these skills into cybersecurity deeper for what I want to do with those skills. Hell yeah, dude. There it is. Slope is Dope was my first chat interaction in your community. I blocked him so quick. It's that meme with happiness going down as the person learns philosophy. It's just bad philosophy. Yeah, here's really what it's being depressed because your philosophy tells you something. And what it tells you is that your philosophy is not functional. Right? If your philosophy is functional and it matches reality, then it allows you to achieve your goals and personal happiness, at least, you know, from a eudaimonia perspective, in some way. It allows you to more accurately see the world, and by more accurately seeing the world, you're able to go closer and closer towards your goals. If your philosophy is constantly depressing you, then it's mismatched with reality because it's not functional in your life. Importantly, Scott is not making the I'm not making a pragmatist case here. I'm just saying that, like, you know, bad philosophy is not functional because it doesn't match reality. It's like, I have this weird belief that if you were like perfectly aware of all knowledge and you were, for whatever reason, somehow, I know this is like contradictory, but like you were also perfectly pragmatist, then it would align 100% with morality. Because I genuinely believe with a low enough time preference that what is pragmatic is certain. It is probably the right answer. The problem is that pragmatic requires guessing the future, and on top of guessing the future, like I think people don't actually use reason in their pragmatism. What they use instead is like post hoc rationalizations for other things that they believe that they haven't challenged. I like Ryan Mullally, but I'm not sure about natural law. Okay. You might be in the wrong channel if you're still not sure about natural law. You've been here for a while, brother. Have you guys been seeing? I know you guys have been seeing it. I just figured I'd mention it. Just the pure hatred that MAGA has for fucking Thomas Massey and Rand Paul here lately. Here we go. This is J.D. Vance's new fucking cope.
Endorsed a candidate to run against Republican Representative Thomas Massey, who has opposed and criticized some of the Trump administration's aims. How would you address those who fear that principled disagreement or independent thinking is discouraged within the party because of how it can be framed as a betrayal instead of as internal accountability or an opportunity for debate and negotiation?
So it's a very good question. And let me say, this one is hard for me. And the reason it's hard for me is because Thomas Massey and he's one of the first people that ever reached out to me about my book or about political office. I've known Thomas Massey well before I ever got involved in politics. Thomas's wife died maybe it was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It was a little while ago. She died very unexpectedly, was a very sweet and kind woman. And I was probably one of the first people that called Thomas to offer my condolences. I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massey has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing.
Yeah, like so first of all, just bringing up, oh, and by the way, I was totally cool and talked to him when his wife died is like such a slimy, unnecessary thing to say, but what do I know? I'm just a fucking streamer. I say all kinds of crazy shit.
Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue. It's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it.
So Thomas Massey votes with the party on, it's not 95, it's like 90% of the bills. He votes with Republicans 90% of the time. The only time Thomas Massey doesn't vote with Republicans is when it increases the debt ceiling, increases spending, or is foreign aid to another country. Like literally, he's only voting against them because he's a principled, principled in air quotes, small libertarian, right? Like he's far more one of our guys than he is one of the Republicans. He's the only America First candidate. He regularly votes to cut spending and cut taxes and to cut foreign aid. And what is the Trump and J.D. Vance agenda been? The big, beautiful bill, which is supposed to cut spending and cut taxes, but we have no idea how much we do in that regard. But it also increased the debt ceiling, so he didn't vote for it. He's not voting for the mass campaigns to fucking, try and change our immigration system as to one where we go into every city in America and fucking break up families and deport Consuela because 20 years ago she came across a fucking border. And he's not voting with you on Ukraine and Israel aid because he's not voting to steal American tax dollars to fund wars that aren't even in our country.
That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massie. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes.
Also, this is another huge lie. Was it Rick Scott or whatever put forward a bill to say that you need to disclose if you have dual citizenship? That's literally, and then Donald Trump went to Truth Social to talk about, just give this raving review of how intelligent of a bill and how amazing that is. And it's literally a bill that Thomas Massie has put forward for a decade. Every session of Congress, he puts forward that bill until it gets tabled. But he hates Massie, so we're going to glaze up someone else putting forward the exact same bill. And you know what's crazy is that Thomas Massie will still vote for that bill. He won't be petty because he actually believes in the shit that he puts forward. He'll still vote for that bill, even though it's essentially his own fucking bill that he's been putting forward for over a decade, that Donald Trump is glazing somebody else for putting the bill forward because he's playing politics, because he's a fucking socialist retard.
I wish that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics.
Yes, you're right. His wife is Hindu, and he's successful, and as much of a piece of shit he is, he looks fairly happy. And the reason you're not successful and the reason you're not happy might also be the reason that you don't have a wife. Slope is dope.
But politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you. That's
weird that Trump hates Massie but loves Mullally. No, it's not. It's perfect. That's not weird at all. It's weird to you. I don't have a wife. Yeah, I used to. It's weird to you, okay? The slope is up, so presumably he would be into Asians. Oh, fuck, that's funny. It's weird to you because you're viewing it from these are political ideals and these two people share similar political ideology and ideals. Why would you like one but not like the other, or absolutely dislike the other? When in reality, Donald Trump isn't a morally or logically consistent person. The reason he doesn't like Thomas Massie is because Thomas Massie is saying, hey man, release the Epstein files, stop giving money to Israel, stop doing all of this shit. What is this end of Pixar movie ass song? It's from the soundtrack of Oblivion, one of the best Elder Scrolls games ever made. Better than Skyrim, in my opinion. Maybe not quite as good as Morrowind. And I'm playing fucking video game music because I can't stop getting like more than 5 copyright claims every stream for music I pay for on Pretzel Rocks to not have that happen. And then my videos end up having a Chinese bot farm fucking do a claim and then sit on it for like 27, 28 days. Then they dispute it again, and then they sit on it for 7 days to keep all my fucking copyright in like all my videos in copyright hell, and they go out to nowhere. So literally I'm paying money to fuck over my videos in the algorithm. So I'm playing video game music. And the reason I'm playing video game music is nobody copyright claims video game music because the YouTube AI has figured out that if somebody tries to copyright this music, then this music will get claimed like a billion times a day because everybody playing the video game will get copyrighted. Use synthwave like all the other libertarian YouTubers? I don't like synthwave. Slope is dope is the Jews striking your videos? No, it's not fucking Jews. It's Indians and Chinese, man. Not that like I give a fuck to cover for any one ethnic group, but it's not the Jews doing that shit. Now, it might be Jews that wrote this bullshit copyright system on YouTube, to be fair. I don't want synth music. I don't like synthwave. I don't like it. Sorry. I don't know. Hashtag hashtag not a real libertarian or something. I'm not a fan of synthwave. The Jewish lawyers created the rules? Well, yeah. There are a lot of Jewish lawyers. Something to do with, you know, their culture and IQ, probably. Isn't it crazy to be black-pilled at 12? Put on Jewish folk, just. Why did this video get 1 million views? Oh, that'd be funny. Just put on fucking, hold on, what is, we gotta look it up again. There's a SoundCloud Jeffrey Epstein playlist on or no, it's not SoundCloud, it's Spotify. No, it's not this one. This isn't the real one. Here we go. Oh my God. It's getting scrubbed from Google. Surviving Jeffrey. Anyways, there's a Jeffrey Epstein playlist on Spotify from his old account. And you can go there and listen to his wild fucking playlist and like his workout music. And it's like, I wonder if you just play that. He has one that's like for the fucking plane. And it's very clearly like his fucking kids' music. It's wild. Yeah, his workout, like one of his workout ones is like very clearly like, oh, this is the one he rapes children to. I was into politics around 20. Oh my God, shut up. Why am I reading that? He puts on some Harvey. I don't remember what it is. That's why I was trying to look it up and then I like couldn't find it. Why do most libertarians like EDM? Hello, any of you also LED gloves? Oh, fucking. Oh. The fucking people that I don't, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed EDM like when it kind of came out. I do like construction, like grinding, polishing concrete, and like that was just good music to listen to, like because it was mindless. And like some EDM pops up in like in my stuff, like you know some old stuff that I like, but I mostly listen to hip hop and metal. Like most of my stuff is hip hop, rap, and metal. A lot of fucking and like cheesy fucking alt music. Hold on 1 second. All right. Hey, what up, old Joe? So I think I found the most red pill video on the internet. And when I say red pill video on the internet, I don't mean that this is a red pill video from red pillars. I mean, I think I have found the video of all videos that will turn any man to the red pill. Have we all liked the stream? Let me check. There are currently 24 viewers, which are 28 viewers, 23 likes. Viewership's a little lower than it normally is, but you know, that's what happens when I stream back to back. Is people go out for the day. But there's still 4 of you that have not liked the video. Nobody has donated any tonight. You know, which happens. It's chill. I'm crying inside. How am I ever going to pay my bills? Don't you know I'm going to be evicted any day now? Oh shit, that doesn't work. I'm not a girl. Anyways, 30th of October, you know, true. Guys, if you are incapable of paying me until the 1st of the month, please don't ever pay me any more than like $2, right? Like I would appreciate $2 for like a super chat, you know, because that's like the minimum amount for you to like do a super chat. But like don't pay me $10 or $20 or $50. Like don't do that if you have to wait until the first of the month. You're not DSP. Who's DSP? DSP. I don't know who DSP is. I'm assuming it's some female streamer that's constantly fucking begging for money. They're all doing that. It's like, dude, I've seen so many girls online that like clearly make decent money, probably make more money than I make, being like, if I don't get the, $500, by the end of the week, I'm going to be evicted. And it's like, really? You're getting evicted like every fucking week. So maybe find a regular job, bitch. All right, anyways, here. This is the most red pilling video I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's go.
Oh, he treats me with respect. He says he loves me all the time. He calls me 15 times a day. He likes to make sure that I'm fine. You know, I've never met a man who's made me feel quite so secure. He's not like all them other boys. They're all so dumb and immature.
Oh, no, we're not closing it, boys. Also, pay attention to the song.
That's just one thing that's getting ill.
Will I watch this 3-minute video if it's on YouTube or something? Yeah, probably.
When we go up to bed, you're just no good. It's such a shame. I look into your eyes. I want to get to know you.
This is why I hate my community of autistic people. She made herself down for the beginning. Oh, that's a Lily Allen song. Okay, dude. The song is ho shit. The song is about how you can't love a man because he doesn't have a 10-inch dick and doesn't like make you scream from like, fucking choking you all the time because he's just like a good man. And it's just her looking fucking like a goddamn monster. Yes, she did herself down. She put glasses on and she really like fucking like washed her face, but like she let all the fucking horrible acne she has from wearing too much makeup just kind of exist, and she covered up the fact that she kind of has decent pretty eyes.
And then you make this noise and it's apparent it's all over. It's not fair and I think you're really mean.
Also, dude, she can't lip sing because she's had so many lip injections. Look at her fucking face.
I think you're really mean. I think you're really mean. Oh, you're supposed to care, but you
For the Moose Fund, the Moose Lodge, free the moose. Thank you.
never made me scream. You never made me scream. Oh, it's not fair and it's really not okay. It's really not okay.
Bro, can we stop with the lip injections? Can white women just have fucking thin lips again? Like, I get it. Some of you are born with thin lips. Can you just have fucking thin lips? Like, just keep your fucking thin lips, man. I'm so sick of seeing fucking these plumped up fucking about to burst at the seam. Like, the middle of your lip is like fucking like got too much pressure on it because you've injected so much shit into your fucking duck bimbo.
It's really not okay. Oh, you're supposed to care, but all you do is take. Yeah, all you do is take.
Dude, like, look at her lips again. She can't move her lips.
But all you do is take. Yeah, all you do is take. Oh, he treats me with respect.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, man. We gotta stop with the lip injections. Why do strong women need men to make them feel secure? This feels like one of those things that you make a TikTok of and you think you really like fucking smacked. You know that guy that like eats ice cream and like random bites of food and he's like, if immigrants are so good for our economy, why didn't they make their economy good over there? And then he like takes a bite of ice cream and everyone's like, oh shit, he slayed. Like, that's kind of what that feels like. Not to like single you out 420, but I'm just like, it's just, no messing with lips. Dude, like, okay, look, some lip injections look fine. The problem is that girls can't they can't halfway do anything when it comes to beauty and stuff. Is like, they start off and it's like, all right, it looks fine. It looks slightly better, whatever. You know, like, okay, all right. And then they get him again. And then they get him 6 months later. And then they end up looking like a fucking blow-up doll that can't lip sync. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm just DMing StreamYard link because Ryan was like, I don't know if I want to do Discord. Fucking dweeb. You fucking dweeb. It would be easier for me if you did a StreamYard link. I hate StreamYards. But whatever. I have them. No messing with the face either? Well, I mean, like, no. I mean, some makeup is fine. What do you mean by messing with the face? Do you mean like the fucking... Like, dude, have you seen Selena Gomez? Like seriously, Hollywood has got to stop. Like her new face. On. Can we admit that there's a fucking problem now when every goddamn actress comes out and actress stuns in new photo? You're not stunning. I saw this on Twitter, and somebody put in the comments that a gypsy had put a curse on her for trying to fight the tortification of Latinas, and I just was like, oh, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in my bed, and I was scrolling. I was like, oh. Or that chick that played Sansa, she looks like an alien now. Or fucking the other, and they're all like, she didn't get any work done. Who is the chick that played oh god, girl who played Wednesday? Jenna Ortega. There we go. Her new face. Like, can we stop? Can we stop? And they were like, it's just because she doesn't have eyebrows now. You people are so stupid. It's like, no, she's clearly had cheek work done, has had fucking like buccal fat removed. And it's like, it's just makeup. You boys are so stupid. And so I just see all of these girls collectively gaslighting and lying about these new horrible trans-looking monsters that are walking around that we're all supposed to call beautiful, so that like other women can also all try to look like Blair White instead of just looking like them fucking selves. I'm so rich I can call it ugly. I can look ugly and call it attractive. I mean, sure, to a certain extent. Dude, they go through a fucking that's Jenna Ortega, Mark. That's her new face. Promise no plastic surgery whatsoever. You're crazy if you think so. Matt Gaetz came back from the vacation looking like he fell asleep on the stove, top face first. That's Jenna Ortega now, dude. Here's a cute. This is what no surgery whatsoever looks like. This is what all of the women are trying to tell you is absolutely no surgery whatsoever. This is just totally natural. They all look like trans women now. They all look like walking fucking it's ma'am. Like, stop this. I don't think it was plastic surgery, but something horrible. Dude, anorexia is what happened to Ariana Grande. No, we can't dignify this by calling her by that beautiful angel's name. This is not young versus old, dog. No. These are two completely different faces. This is not Ozempic. Oh, you mean that's what happened to fucking, what's her name? Dude, why would she take Ozempic? Tinfoil hat on. This is a psyop to normalize trans women. Is it a psyop to normalize trans women, or is it a bunch of gaslighting women that tell other women that they're beautiful, and a bunch of Hollywood freaks and gay men in Hollywood that aren't necessarily doing a psyop to normalize trans women, but like that hyper masculine plastic trans look? And like, so there's just a whole community and culture and echo chamber of like just this shit, whatever this shit is. Look at Kate Beckinsale now. Oh, dog, don't fucking. Oh no. Did Kate do? What did Kate? New face. Oh! When I saw it like this, it was all right. This looks like a photoshopped face. It doesn't even look like a real face. It looks like a video game sim character. It's like someone popped her head onto a different body. Oh, that's so weird. The one on the right, like when she hides whatever is going on here, this super thin neck and this like weird boxed jaw thing. Oh man. Like she looks fine with her hair down, to be honest. Hold on. I do that so I'm not exposing the DMs. God, that was awful. Slope is dope. We get it. You're a fucking incel that wants to fuck 15-year-old, gender questionable people in Thailand. We get it. Aren't these all women that Pete Davidson fucked? I knew he was a problem. Yo, he got Kim Kardashian too. All right. And that bitch has had a lot of work done. Hold on, Mark. You might be on to something. There's something in fucking Pete Davidson's fucking heroin horse cock is turning these women crazy. Yo, that's. Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, every single one of them was a was a side piece of Pete Davidson. That's fucking wild. How is Slope that dedicated to being a nuisance to your streams? So there's a oh god, where is he at? Lil Bits. Is Lil Bits in here? When I first started streaming, Lil Bits came into the stream and started trolling. And it taught me a really valuable lesson. Which was, as a live streamer that has to engage with chat, the way that you treat trolls is very different than you would as a YouTuber, right? As a YouTuber, you ignore the trolls. You absolutely ignore them. You don't give them any credence. And it might even be a good idea to just like block them and delete their comments, right? Because they're not helpful really that much at all. But as a streamer, where your bread and butter is chat engagement, someone that comes in and like just talks shit and says nonsense makes everyone in the chat feel smarter by their stupidity. And it will enrage new people in your chat. And those new people will like have to learn like to just accept the trolls as part of the community. So what you get is you get new people get angry. The people that have been around either block them or they just kind of like learn to deal with them. But the trolls come in, they stir the pot, they increase chat engagement. They help bring people that aren't active chatters into chat, because you have some people that are lurkers and then like a troll comes in and then like they like, because they're not like an active typer, they whatever, It's like, so it's super, it's actually like good to let the trolls be there. Now, when you do that, you have to be careful because they'll try and get you banned, right? Slope is Dope has tried to get this channel banned several times. Now, that doesn't mean that he's like actively like reporting clips or anything like that, but he just says shit that he knows is against TOS, and he knows that if he keeps saying it, like, my channel will be at risk, but he doesn't give a fuck, right? It's like, why would he? He's never donated any money or anything to the stream. He doesn't give a fuck. But so long as you like have moderation, you can kind of pay attention, keeping trolls in your chat is usually a good thing. What you don't want to be is you don't want to be an echo chamber. Like you don't want to have like a Hassan stream where every person that is anything other than just sucking Hassan's dick is like immediately ejected. Now, obviously it works for Hassan because he's like, you know, a multi-millionaire pretending to be a socialist, etc. It's worked for a very long time to keep the grift, but the echo chamber makes you fucking retarded and crazy. And I don't think it, for most people, it doesn't work out in the long term just because it happens to work on him. Things like what, Scott? Care to share some things that break TOS? This would be a good time for chat interaction. Well, Hassan is just an example I knew you would all know, but he's an exception to the rule. And of course he's an exception, right? Like, because, you know, because he's super, super famous. Oh, by the way, since we were talking earlier about fucking base Thomas Massey, did you guys see that Rand Paul fucking led the bill to get rid of our Canadian tariffs? Obviously, Trump's going to veto it because Trump is a piece of shit socialist. But, and then we're not going to have 2/3 in the Senate or House in order to override, you know, the tariffs. Because there's too many, you know, Republican simps that are worried about getting primaried for not being socialist enough. But dude, I've just seen so many Republicans being like, we have to get rid of Rand Paul. Rand Paul's the biggest piece of shit ever. He's a leftist. And it's like, yeah, they're mad at him because he's a capitalist and they're not. Slope is Dope as an objectivist is funny. What are you fucking are you DMing me Dolphin Law shit? What is this? Yo, 8-Bit, the picture you sent me, I've seen the video that the AI, the Sora 2 AI video that's from. Hilariously enough, I don't have a link to it right now, but I've seen the video. Oh, since we were talking about Hassan, I wanted to show this video because I don't even think it's good content, to be honest with you. I just wanted to show it because I think it's important. Because I've seen a ton of people talking about Nina Lin, you know, that super famous Chinese Bronx black chick, except she's not black, but she's black if you listen to her. She got banned again today for sexually assaulting another person on Twitch. Now, the second sexual assault, the dude said he was very uncomfortable. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to respond. Right. It was really more just her kind of being like, you know, whatever. Kind of like crossing boundaries. She was like giving him a massage. But she was like groping dude's ass. Good evening. Please, someone sell objectivism to me. Why should I keep reading Atlas Shrugged? I need encouragement. Because it's a good book. Just read the fucking book. Like, you should not need too much encouragement to just finish a book. I love you, buddy. But just finish the book. Even if you don't, even if it's not a good book, yes, it is. It's absolute. It's one of the best books ever written. It's not a good story. It's a dense slog. It is an absolutely necessary. Like, could she have trimmed the fat? Yeah, sure. But like a lot of the things, even the romance and the cheating and shit that everyone makes fun of as like being a self-insert for her to like justify her own adultery. Even that shit, like having understood it better when I read it a second time, I was like, oh shit, like this is awesome. I mean, I'm enjoying the story John Galt is based. I'm going to be real with you. Ariel, how far are you through the book? "60 pages of an objectivist pamphlet in the middle was a little weird." How far are you through the book? Spoilers? Dog, the book's been out for a while. First 3 chapters in. So where are you getting John Galt is based? I'm not calling you a liar per se. But all you should know about John Galt by reading the first 3 chapters is the phrase, "Who is John Galt?" How could you know whether or not John Galt is based if you're going purely off of the first 3 chapters of the book? I'm not saying you're lying. You just paid me $5, so it'd be really dumb to call you a liar. But I'm kind of exaggerating, LOL, but someone sort of spoiled it to me. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure it's been spoiled to you, but you're like, John Galt's base. It's like, dude, all you should know is Dagny Taggart, James Taggart, Francisco d'Anconia, maybe. I don't remember like exactly how early in the book he pops up. And Henry Reardon, right? Like, this should be about Reardon Steele, beginning to understand the looters and the pressure on Reardon, and Dagny Taggart, and like why James Taggart's a piece of shit, and like James Taggart's wife's not in there. Yeah, Ragnar, you just know he's a pirate. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, right? Reardon is like, he's the hero and he's not the hero of the story, right? It's really more about like the process of becoming an objectivist and letting go of the last few things. And that's why the love story and love interest is actually kind of fucking important. But yeah. But anyways, don't read Rand, read Dostoevsky. You should read Dostoevsky as well. Brothers Karamazov is without a doubt my favorite book. 100%, The Brothers Karamazov is my favorite book. Like, if you ask me, if I only get to read one, I only get one book, it's The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. So her attitude is justified? That's funny. Yeah, I mean, of course, if you're hanging out with a bunch of objectivists, you're gonna have parts of Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead fucking spoiled to you. Though I don't hear a lot of people talk about Fountainhead as much in objectivist circles, to be honest, now that I think about it. It's mostly Atlas Shrugged. Name the worst physical invention in history? Well, obviously it's the cotton gin. But anyways, I wanted to play this video because this was the first person that was sexually assaulted on Twitch, in which both of the females, Nina got like a 1 day and 18-hour ban, and Zoe, which was the one that actually was assaulting him, got a 24-hour ban, right? So this is what's said, and everybody is laughing, being like, oh, you should have enjoyed it. And of course, Nina said that it was embarrassing for him to even say that it was like bad to be assaulted that way. And the reason I want to play this video is because everybody's kind of laughing about it and saying it's not a big deal. And I feel like it's important for you guys to hear his words, because I think it really changes your perception to just hear his words. And obviously I'll let him speak for himself in the clip of his stream, but just know that Nina did it again to somebody else, and now she caught another ban. But we'll see how long she's banned, because Twitch doesn't care about sexual assault unless it's against one of their really, really hot e-girls. And even then, they only care enough to placate them, which is easy to do when you have them under contract.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime.
Also, just to be very clear, there's a clip going around of Nina holding him down, and Zoe like shaking her butt on him. Why do you follow Twitch drama? I mean, I don't follow. I mean, I follow Twitch drama because it pops up and I'm a streamer. It comes into the conversation. People expect some level of it. I'm not going to talk about fucking Mizkif for 2 days, though. I kind of don't care. I care when streaming platforms don't and are really fucked up. I care when their moderation and the people that run these platforms are fucked up. And so again, Nina held him down in this regard. Zoe was and helped strip him in the other room, which is not the part that's on video. The second part where they tell them to cut off camera is where they try and take off his pants and then they try and grope him and then he actually finally like fights them a little bit instead of just, wiggling out and being like, "No, stop." This is when he's like, "Get off of me," and like gets out and leaves. Was when they tried to like when they were about to rape him. But anyways, regardless, everyone's kind of laughing about it, and they both got essentially 24-hour bans for this.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories. And that day I was alone, and I just didn't want to, like, I just sat there and thought to myself over and over again. And even this morning, I did wake up. I mean, I'm grateful for having friends and stuff like that. And they did reach out to me just to make sure I'm okay. But it did take a lot out of me to sit down and talk about this. Like, people that blame other like streamers for not doing anything, they did do stuff. I've had conversations with multiple other streamers, and they did offer me solutions, and I didn't take them because I just didn't think the outcome would happen.
I just wanted to play that because I feel like I've seen a lot of people all over talking about these like bands in a very joking manner about like, oh, this is like funny. Oh no, a hot girl twerked on you and like tried to have sex with you. You should be so lucky. Like, that's why they only got a 24-hour ban. It's not a big deal. It's like, no, this person has been sexually assaulted before and was extremely uncomfortable and didn't want to engage in this. And everyone is laughing at this person. Everyone is like, oh, come on, man up, it's okay. And it's that fear and the fear of reprisal that is different for male victims of sexual assault, because, you know, when you're a female victim of sexual assault, everybody feels bad for you. Everyone takes up for you. Everyone stands behind you and looks at the guy like he's a piece of shit. When you're a man, you have to literally, like, no, this is not a case of someone underage. He's making a callback to a Dave Chappelle bit about how old is 15 really, where Dave Chappelle does a bit about like the girls that were peed on by R. Kelly, and then at the same time, you know, 15-year-old boy goes to prison and is charged an adult for doing wrestling in his backyard and like killing someone with like a wrestling move in his backyard because they were doing like mock wrestling. He's like, we have to come together as a country and decide how old is 15 really. But in this case, I've just seen so much of this just kind of like laughed and mocked. And we're letting Twitch, like, people are still streaming on Twitch, despite the fact of everything that Twitch has done. You know, BX Bullet has shown over and over again, she's kind of schizo, but, you know, she broke a lot of stories and was banned from Twitch for breaking stories about the fact that Twitch was letting fucking pedophiles get away with engaging in grooming of children over Twitch. and then funneling them into Discord servers to groom them. You know, Twitch is, you know, pushing fucking OnlyFans streamers to the front of their page constantly, and they didn't do anything about them buying bots. And they, you know, over and over again, a big source of their revenue has been, you know, e-girls that are, you know, moonlighting on Twitch because their real moneymaker is the pornography that they sell. They don't give a fuck about sexual assault, and especially don't give a fuck about sexual assault in cases like this when it's happening to a young man. They, you know, they protect leftism, and they extremely go against free speech, but they'll do everything they can to protect people like Hassan. Like, they only care about money and their woke fucking belief system. And they think the two are tied together. And what you have is kind of like a worst of all worlds scenario where they let people get away with pedophilia and sexual assault and disgusting acts, and then if you say anything about it or you're a conservative, you get banned. But you can interview fucking terrorists on stream and fucking engage in animal abuse and fucking do whatever the fuck you want, so long as you're a big streamer that has tits, or you're a big streamer that makes them a lot of money. Like, Twitch is a disgusting platform. People need to leave. I don't know any big Twitch streamer that doesn't have all their fucking VODs on YouTube, or isn't dual streaming, or isn't on Kick or some other place. If you're, you know, and if you have to engage with Twitch because there's like someone that you really, really like and they don't do that, then tell them. Like, go in their chat and be like, dude, I TwitchCon and the fact that Emiru was sexually assaulted and you gave the guy a 30-day ban, your security issues, all of these problems with degeneracy and all this other shit. No, man, like, I'm going to watch your VODs on YouTube. I'm no longer going to be here. Twitch needs to get attention from Bezos. He needs to do it to what he started at Washington Post. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't gone far enough on Washington Post, so who knows if he'll do the same for Twitch. But yeah, you're correct. The chances that a guy falsely accuses a woman of abuse is much lower than the other way around. I'm leaning on the side of believing men over women for this stuff. I mean, yeah, but I kind of feel like that is because of that. Like I think a big reason that a lot of women falsely accuse men is because women are believed by default. So, like, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I also kind of feel like if we all kind of collectively just started believing men, then like that the same might happen because the dynamic would shift. That being said, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I'm gonna hop into StreamYards, and we're gonna get this interview discussion with Ryan started, and we're gonna fucking have some fun chats about healthcare lodge system and direct patient systems and healthcare and history, and it should be a lot of fun. So give me just a minute. Let me video capture device. Logic capture. So here. Testing. All right, Ryan, give me just 1 second. I see you're there already. I got to use the restroom before we get started. I'll bring you on, though, if you just want to talk to chat. Oh, great. I can't hear you. Hold on 1 second. Audio. Shows media. Hold on. Change that to... All right, can you speak for me? Damn it. Hold on, speak for me. Let me see if you're hidden on the other... Hold on, let me pause my music, too. Change this to... chat. No, it was probably me. The weak have all the reason to lie, but the strong have very little. Yeah. Scott being a boomer. I mean, it's not a boomer. It's just like, all right, let me hear from you. You're lighting up. So I know that there's audio coming through. My microphone is set to microphone. You can hear me. Speaker is set to that. Let's try chat. Give me a, hold on. I hate fucking StreamYards. It's always StreamYards causing a problem. I'm going to go and come right back. It's literally just always StreamYards causing problems. Like, all right, audio. Chat's not working. Hold on. Everything's set to headset on my virtual audio cable. So there's that. Okay. Try gaming. I'm not getting any fucking audio no matter what I do. Let me just go straight to the headset. Headset doesn't fucking work. Huh. Shouldn't be any issue here. Of course, the first thing it fucking does is it fucks up my audio. Why? Like, StreamYards is a garbage fucking program. Can we just fucking finally admit that? Choose where you want to play sound, gaming, right? Like, set it to chat just to see what fucking happens. Right? Set this to chat. You have permissions. What is happening? Why is everyone always saying that it's like I'm a boomer retard? Like, but you guys don't have any fixes either. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Testing. Nothing. And it's not coming through on your end either, guys. Turn it on. I've tried turning it on and off again. Hold on. No, not that. All right, so it's allowed to use my fucking microphone. It's allowed to use my camera. My camera's working fine. Hold on, where is it pulling my video from? That's what's doing it. Is it's pulling my video from my Stream Deck, which is somehow stopping my fucking... That might be the issue. Let's try this. Will that fix it? Okay, so no, it doesn't. Doesn't like that. Bro. Just fucking. Yeah, we're just going to use Discord. Now, what the fuck is going on with this thing right now? I forgot that Discord doesn't have a fucking green screen feature yet. So I have to use fucking... Also, why does Discord not have a fucking green screen yet? Like, that feels crazy to me, right? That's crazy to you. Scott, you're acting like a woman. We should fix it much faster if you had access to your PC. Oh, shut up. I'm doing pretty good, actually. He needs a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Put the background music back on. Click all the buttons. All right, boys, I'll be right back, and then we'll get this party started. I don't know what the fuck StreamYard's problem was. I'm sure somebody could tell me at some point. All right, I'm back. He's not quite back yet. I might as well put it out in general as well. All right. Yeah, I can't hear you. So this one wasn't. Was it me or was it not me, or is Discord also not? Hold on, give me a second. Media, microphone, gaming, chat is fine. Alert box, sonar chat is working.
Scott, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so chat, can you hear me? Scott, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And if speak again for me.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just trying to figure out where the sound is going through. Speak again. Testing.
Is it working now? I had to kill. I was watching your live stream
There
to
you
see
go. There you go.
what's going on.
No, don't watch the live stream. What is like? Hold on. Don't do that.
I had it open because I was trying to solve your tech issues, man. I was trying to be tech support for you. I was being a bro.
How are you trying to be tech support for me, but you're not talking in chat or DMing me anything? What do you mean you're trying to be tech support? You were literally just like, you can't be silent tech support. That's not how that works.
That is exactly
you saw me, right? I was doing everything, okay? Like people were like, fucking boomer. I don't know what the fuck was going on with StreamYards. I'm sorry.
No,
I couldn't do the
it's
StreamYards
dicey.
Restream thing.
It's dicey. It's dicey. I
Legends
prefer if
Reign
I can
said
make
you're
it
being
work.
emotional tech support.
Yeah, I mean, I was billing you for the time. I just wasn't helping. Like, I think you need to get over it. But
In
but
true
yeah, man,
lawyer fashion.
I like StreamYards when it works, but Discord is more reliable often. So how you been, man? Long time.
Has it been a long time?
Yeah, we had a conversation. I don't know, what was it, like a month or two ago? It was
Okay,
like,
that's not that long in the streaming world. In the,
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, maybe it isn't for. I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of streamers that like. Maybe I'm more insular. Like I pop in and pop out. You know what I mean? Because I'm not like in that like. I don't know. There's a lot of people like in the DGG Wick, orbit or something where they're just like constantly starting some Twitter drama so that they can have a debate about something, so that they can have like a conversation and then like apologize or what the fuck ever, and like they're just like in constant communique. Whereas like I'm just like, do you have an interesting topic? And they're like, how about this one? I'm like, no, that one sucks. I'll see you in a couple weeks. You know, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, man, pick your spots. Pick your spot. I think that actually, the clout thing is a bit of a sickness, because when you're chasing clout, you just take every conversation. And I've seen people join debates where like they clearly accepted a prompt they didn't want to argue. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You're looking very foolish right now. And that can be some very smart people, you know?
I mean,
So,
I do
don't
it
know.
sometimes, but that's just because, there's not a lot of, especially in like 2v2s and shit or panels. It's like, okay, look, like you're not going to have a lot of prompts that fit the libertarian viewpoint. Like I get it. I have to take the right wing prompt and then kind of tailor myself for this 2v2 thing because the other side is more of an issue on this or something.
Yeah. Though I did
But
kind
I'm
of
practiced at
in terms of drama farming, which I was just decrying. I don't know if you saw this. I got to watch the thing with my chat later. But Soy Pill on Wick last night took the position that the senator in Maine that has been accused of having like a Nazi tattoo or whatever.
Accused? What do you mean accused? He has a Nazi tattoo. He admitted it was a Nazi tattoo. He just didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo.
I was being generous.
He only had it on his chest for like a couple of decades, and he didn't know when he went over to Eastern Europe to hang out with a bunch of Nazis and got a Nazi tattoo.
So Soy Pill took the position that if that dude was certain to defeat Senator Collins and get a blue seat in the Senate, and we had the same level of certainty that he possesses and enjoys CP, he would still vote for him because it would defeat the right.
I mean,
honest to God, that's the take he gave.
I almost have more respect for that than people that say you got to vote for Republican to defeat a Democrat, because it's the exact same position. It's no different than everyone that voted for Trump. It's no different than everyone that voted for Trump.
Well, I think
unless you are a socialist, if you call yourself a conservative and you voted for Trump, right, then you were not concerned with the fact that he is a braggadocious piece of shit. You were not concerned with the fact that he was running on tariffs, socialism, running on socialism for IVF, running on this massive immigration. Maybe you voted for the immigration thing and it's according to your values. Most of them probably that is true. I'll set that one aside. but especially when it comes to tariffs, especially when it comes to his track record. Yeah, you were like, okay, he's not my guy, but I'll accept some large amount of potentially economic crippling theft on 330 million Americans because at least it's better than Kamala Harris. So his position, at least he's open about his position, unlike everyone that voted for Trump. Because you are the exact same person when you vote for Trump.
On some level, it's honest, though it explains this weird phenomenon I've had where
he's too dumb to be slimy.
Well, yeah, I guess. I try to have conversations where I extend some grace and I'm like, look, I know that you and I don't agree on even first principles, let alone applied policies. But nonetheless, are there things we could agree on? Or is there something that we could just some way that we're not just like
Chat.
fighting in the trenches all the time? And
Chat. Remember when I was a streamer? Hey chat, remember when some of you were here in the beginning on Twitch? Isn't it like looking at a baby me like three or 4 years ago? Like, yeah, where is the common ground with these things?
It just gets beaten out of you.
It gets because you will talk to 1,000 more soy pills if you keep doing this.
Jesus
and you will
Christ,
you will
that's
bump
depressing.
into the exact same pattern every single time, and then eventually you will realize that the real competition is for their audience, because some of their audience can be reached by reasonable conclusions, but that none of these people that make like it's you have you read Jonathan Haidt's work on The Rider and the Elephant?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Love Jonathan Haidt.
Right. So it's that. Right? Like when you are talking to someone that is already an entertainer, that is audience captured around their political ideology, right? They go in 100% with the elephant 100% against you. So psychologically, it's just not possible. If you talk to some of these, if you become friends with somebody and you talk to them off stream, maybe. Maybe is a big maybe, right? But maybe. But in reality, you are trying to talk to a writer and reason with a writer when the elephant is angry at you and thinks you're the enemy. And it's just a waste of your time to put that hope in that individual when your focus needs to be on that individual's audience. Because there are some people receptive towards those ideas within their audience, but not those people.
Yeah, I've had some conversations with different people, and especially my chat about this, which is tricky because like for me, when I speak publicly, I'm used to speaking in front of a judge. Not even a jury so much, but the judge, right? And like when you argue in front of a judge, it's so different because the judge is deeply, deeply in the weeds on the law and the facts and knows the subtleties 90% of the time. And if you try to be theatrical or just like make all these like crazy bad faith points, like you're gonna lose all credibility and then you're gonna lose the case like really quickly. So there really is a need to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about and that you're not just taking wild fucking crazy positions because, like it's your credibility, it's your client's credibility. And I've learned the internet is not that kind of place, my guy. It is like, holy shit. People just say things.
Right. So it's like, it's Plato's tripartite in rhetoric, right? You know Plato's tripartite?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me just explain it again for the audience real quick. Pathos, ethos, logos. Right, logos would be the logic of your arguments, and we're doing a bird's eye view, right? Because sophists back before sophistry was like an insult. Sophists did a whole lot of work on rhetoric back in ancient Greece, right? And so there's a lot of subcategories like energeia and things like that. But ethos, pathos, logos. When you're speaking to a judge, it is all ethos, logos. You want to put as little pathos as possible. When you're speaking to a jury, you want a balance of all three, right? You want a good logical argument. You want them to feel emotion, and you want them to feel passion. And you want them to feel connected, right? And you also want to maintain your credibility. On the internet, it is like, if I had to guess, it's like 70% pathos and then like 15% ethos, 15% logos, right?
Well,
it's like all of them are important. But what's most important is that you have that righteous indignation. You feel right. You tell a good story that captivates it. And part of that is because what you're doing is in part entertainment. And in entertainment, pathos is just more important than ethos or logos.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a good segue to what we kind of planned on talking about, because like the way the reason,
You must be a genius, because I don't see it.
The reason I was thinking about this recently is we got the SNAP benefits that are expiring, right? We've got health benefits that are subsidies that are set to expire. And kind of the pathos argument is, do you want people to die? Do you want them to starve? What are you doing here, right? And one of the things that the right has been, the broader right has been really ineffective at doing, is explaining why we don't believe we need a government solution. We think there are options that we could do voluntarily in our communities, right? And I don't think we've made this pitch well. So what I want to, I mean, and just to catch chat up, because, you know, Scott, you can't see our DMs. What I was hoping to pick Scott's brain about tonight was, because he's an expert on the lodges, the Freemasons,
I'm not an expert. Hold on, pause. I know a lot about them.
Okay. An internet expert, let's say, and more expertise than I have. And I kind of wanted to dig into how that system used to work, why that system failed, and then maybe we could brainstorm what we could do to bring that system into the modern age, or come up with a new system, if that's better. Because until the right can actually explain, no, if you get off the government teat, you're not going to starve to death, there's actually another model that's better. That it's always a losing argument to say, get off the SNAP benefits and then fuck you, right? Like, it's just like nobody's going to go for that.
Yeah,
so I think we have to.
There was an
articulate
argument.
this better.
Yeah, there was an argument from Bastiat, right, that said, you know, when the socialist believes, I'm paraphrasing, it's not an exact quote, but I think I'm close. The socialist, it is as if the socialist believes that we do not want people to produce. If we do not want the government to produce grain, it is as if we do not want people to eat bread. Somewhere along the lines of that. It's very close, right? Like I could be off, but I'm off by like a couple words of the ordering, right? But I mean, like, that's really the root of the argument here, right? Is that the left claims, oh, you want children to starve because you don't want the government to subsidize the feeding of children, which is a really hard one to argue, right? I think one of the harder ones to argue is like free school lunches, right? It's like, no, we should abolish the national school lunch program. And when you say that to them, they're like, holy fuck, you want poor kids to not even be able to get food at schools and they're going to go home and starve? And it's like, but it really is that. It's like, it's as if we want them to starve just because of that. I saw somebody today, like I was on Twitter just fucking around, and somebody tweeted out, what was it? Lemon Sturgis, whoever this person is, or just some nobody. And he goes, I want my taxes to go to feeding hungry people. And it's like the dude standing up, you know, that artwork piece of the guy standing up, you know, while everyone else is shouting him down. And so I tweeted out,
what a brave point to make.
Right. And then I said, this is a socialist lie. Even if welfare was a good thing or worked, which it isn't, and it doesn't, this would still be a lie. If he wanted his taxes to go to feeding the poor, he'd donate to food banks. He wants your taxes to go to welfare. He wants to steal from you. And so, like, it's hard to argue, right? It's very difficult to argue that, like, you know, it's easy to say like taxation is theft when you're talking about bombing people in other countries, right? It's easy to say that taxation is a problem when you're talking about like a bloated military budget, or, you know, U.S. aid to Israel or something like that. Like that's not like a difficult conservative talking point. But the problem is 61% of our entire federal budget is welfare. 13% is interest payments on the debt. So when we're talking about taxation, 74% of it, when we're talking about money the government spends, 74% of that is welfare and paying off the debt that is almost certainly coming from welfare. And that's just the government spending, you know, like that's just through taxation. That's not through monetary policy that allows the government to spend more via increasing the money supply, which increases inflation, right? So that's not counting how, money, in the budget. Like it could be actually less spending or could be more, right? Because there's hidden money that the state uses by engaging in like quantitative easing, asset inflation. Is one of the big reasons why housing is so expensive, because the Federal Reserve pumped I want to say it was like almost over $1 trillion now into the housing market to increase the price of housing, but to level out inflation. It's MMT nonsense. But
this is the invisible thing that you never see, right? It's the price that you're paying for things isn't the right price. And that's very hard to wrap your head around. But because the market's so distorted and there's all these different things happening that shouldn't be happening, people, even the goods are priced in ways that would surprise you, because there are things that are flooding in, SNAP benefits at the beginning of the month, whatever you call it, that change the way that, what the supply and demand curve is for basically everything. And we do pump money into the market from the government in a variety of somewhat inefficient
so
ways.
I apologize for starting this conversation with econ, but I think to understand the gravity of this situation, we actually have to talk about taxation, inflation, like what you're paying, because I think a lot of times there's
regulation.
Well, we'll get to that, right? But I think first and foremost, it's important because I think people think about their taxes and they think about 10, 20% of their taxes, of the money they make is like going towards, keeping kids from starving, and that's a good thing. And the first thing we have to do is we have to dispel the myths that are concocted in the government data. So the government claims that about 28 to 32% of the median salary is taxed, which is already a metric fuck ton, by the way, right? That is a huge amount. But let's start breaking it down in detail so that we can talk about the taxes that aren't talked about. So we can actually just so that people can understand just how much of their money is going towards SNAP, EBT, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, farming subsidies, corporate subsidies, landlord subsidies because they house illegal immigrants in them and they get reimbursements. That is what we're talking about. We're talking about all these different forms of welfare.
And that 28%, is that federal income? Is that what you're saying that the figure's from, or does that count state?
So when you combine everything, right, all of the presumed taxes that the median salary holder is paying, which would include property tax, which would include sales tax, etc. We're talking about somewhere, depending on the tax rates at the time, 28 to 32% of your income.
Got
right?
it.
So it's,
okay.
That would be federal income. That would also be half, not all, half of Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid. So one thing that you'll notice for the majority of the viewers, super rich people like Ryan, it's going to be different because he's a lawyer, right? But for you people making normal ass salaries, you're paying 7.1% of your income goes to Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, right? Well, it's Social Security and Medicare, but Medicaid is like a subsidy program that pulls some of its funding from Medicare. Not important, right? But you get it. The thing that you have to understand is that there are payroll taxes. So if you make $20 an hour and you're seeing 7.1% of your paycheck come out, you're like, ooh, that's $1.40 every hour that I work coming out of my paycheck to go to Social Security and Medicare. But what you're not seeing is that your business is required by law to match that. So when they pay payroll taxes, they're also paying Social Security and Medicare. So when they are doing their budget and they're determining to hire an employee, they're not basing your salary at $20 an hour. They're basing your salary at $21.40 an hour. And the government is taking $1.40 from the employer, and they're taking $1.40 from you. So you look at your taxes and you go, damn, that sucks. I got to pay it. But, it's Social Security, whatever. That's the thing. And what you're thinking is, but that's cool. My take-home pay is still $18.60 out of $20, when in reality, you're getting paid $21.40 an hour. But you think you're getting paid $20 an hour, and then you think the government's taking $1.40. Really, they're taking, if you're making $20 an hour, just in Social Security, Medicare, and Medicare, they're taking $3 an hour from you. or $2.80 and some like change, right? 282 or 283, depending on how you round, right? So like that's just one of these massive taxes. So
okay, can I set up a straw man for you? I'm going to announce straw man in advance because
yeah,
it's
sure.
an important one. So it was not Senator, Governor Walz the other day, when he, in this context of the SNAP benefits, he made the argument that for every dollar the government spends on SNAP benefits, it generates $1.8 of economic activity. Yeah. So isn't it net beneficial to tax you, as you've described, and then put the money back into the market such that it creates more economic activity?
I think that this is best described. So as an Austrian, I think this is best described as I'll give you a second thought experiment. Okay. Let's say I take $1 trillion and I tax everyone in America, progressively, whatever, right? To gain $1 trillion. Okay. And then I spend $1 trillion on fixing lead water pipes in inner cities in America. There's still a lot of cities that have lead water pipes. And as we know, lead poisoning, no amount of lead in your drinking water is safe. No filter that we've ever designed by humans can get rid of 100% of the lead. So you cannot go out and buy a pure filter and be like, I have no lead in my water. You can buy good filters and get some of the lead out, but you'll never get all of the lead out. And what lead does, especially to children or babies in utero, is it affects brain development. It lowers IQ. It increases the likelihood for violent behavior. Those are two major causes of lead when a pregnant woman is drinking lead, but it also has deleterious effects for everyone else, right? It reduces brain function. Okay. So I'm going to spend that money and then I'm going to commission a study on the IQ in these specific places. Lo and behold, we got lead and we got higher IQ, and maybe, just maybe, we even got slightly lowered crime rates. Look at me. Aren't I an amazing central planner? Aren't I amazing? Shouldn't we steal $1 trillion to increase the IQ of people in inner cities and to reduce violent behavior from literal brain damage in people? You can make this argument about literally every socialist policy until there is no economy whatsoever and we're all starving and dead wondering what's happening. The reason is because if you take money and then from the economy and then you eject it into a different part of the economy and then you specifically hone in your research onto the thing that you pumped money into, what you will see is positive effects. Well, no shit. Of course you see positive effects. We see this in every socialist country when they come to power and they build a bunch of schools and hospitals. Their death rate goes down, the education rate goes up, and the literacy rate goes up. And they go, isn't Cuba amazing? The literacy rate went up. Yeah, if you build a bunch of fucking schools, the literacy rate goes up because more people are taught. Isn't that amazing? The problem is that they don't fucking wait the 6 years and then be like, well, what the fuck happened 6 years later? Well, what happened 6 years later is you took $1 trillion out of the fucking economy and then a bunch of billionaires fled. So then you lost like fucking $2 trillion in fucking wealth that could have been used for all kinds of productive shit within the economy. People, they don't make as much money anymore. There's less job growth. There's less, production in other places. Food prices went up. All of these other things occur because you took money out of the economy. You made it to where it's harder for employers to hire more people. You made it to where wages are lower. You made it to where prices increase. So you cause inflation. You cause a lower job market. You cause lower wages. You cause less economic activity. And then there are all of these problems that occur because of that. And so it's a complete lie when they say this has this positive effect, because what they don't have is the comparison. And the comparison is what happens when we don't do that. The best thing you can do, if they're trying to be honest, is start a pilot program in one state with a similar city and then go to another state with a similar city that doesn't have those things and then compare those two and see what changed within those two. But again, economics is not a hard science, so you can't compare Like there's a billion other economic factors there that like are unmeasurable and unknowable.
Well, and this is, this is why I called it a straw man, because it's a great talking point. And in terms of just the politics of it, like it's snappy, you put it on X, $1.8, right? And it takes a paragraph.
I fixed the lead pipes. 3 IQ points in the entire inner city of New York would be a great talking point.
But there's a few things I think that you said that are important to track and take it takes a skilled eye to see them. The first is that the socialist types are very often fixing the problem that they caused with their last fix. So you can often run it back and you can say like, oh, why do we have these subsidies for the ACA that are like exploding in price? Oh, it's because we're subsidizing the insurance market, which is having wild impact on what we're paying the insurance companies through our taxes. Why are we doing that? Because of the last market intervention that you thought was so clever. So you can run it back that way. But I think the other point you made that really is important is that it's true, like a communist country can normally do one or two things very well because that's what they're focusing on. What they don't have is a distributed market that focuses on everything simultaneously because we're all working together.
They can improve one sector of the economy very effectively in a short period. It always comes to bite them back in the ass over the long term.
This was what I was going to say, is the crazy end of Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago was his realization that the Gulag system was actually a feature of communism, not a byproduct or a bug. Because as they kept hollowing out the economy in the way that you've described, they needed a slave labor force in order to allow them to keep focusing on new projects because what they were doing was so inefficient. So the creation of the Gulag was necessary. They had to create these political criminals and force them to do slave labor and build trains, whatnot, because they could not create voluntary cooperation the way you achieve through capitalism because no central planner can be everywhere at once and no central planner has all the data at the same time. It's just not possible.
And if you want more information on modern day gulags in China, because they claim that they got rid of them in 1997, I challenge all of the viewers to Google the term voluntary vocational training. That is the new name for gulags in China. They have a whole bunch of political prisoners and a bunch of people that are in gulags to this day, but they call it voluntary vocational training. And they moved the sites, but they have slave labor in China from people that speak out against them. But yeah, so I just want to go through the taxes really quick and just kind of really try and explain a little bit more. So once we start looking at the full effective tax burden on the median worker, right? This is federal income tax, payroll tax, state and local income tax, sales and excise tax, property tax, corporate income tax pass-through, right? So the corporate tax, and then they pass that through onto you. Then you have tariffs, right? That Donald Trump and import duties, used to be import duties. Now it's this, big part of the economy. It's like 1.4% of your wealth is just straight up being taxed because of tariffs. Inflation, because when the government spends money and increases the money supply, or when federal monetary policy exists in such that we have fractional reserve banking. And basically what I mean by that is banks aren't required. When you go to a bank, you don't pay a bank to store your money, right? When you go to a bank, you say, hey, I'm going to give you my money, put it in my account, and they'll even give you a little bit of interest, right? Not a lot, but an incredibly small amount of interest. Okay, well, how is the bank making money? Well, the way the bank is making money is that it loans out your money, right? And they're only required to keep. Now, we used to have a fractional reserve banking system. What we have now is actually worse, because the fractional reserve banking system was you had to have like 10% of the money in the bank at all times in order to qualify for FDIC insurance. And so what banks would have is they'd loan out a bunch of money, and then sometimes they'd like end the day with like 9.98%. And what they would do is they would immediately pay another bank to make sure that they close their books for the day at a minimum of 10%. Now the Fed adjusts that rate like when they meet, right? There's 13 Federal Reserve banks. At any time, 5 people are on the council, or the board, right? They switch around who's where. Like there's one in Texas, there's one in Virginia, there's one in New York. Like there's 13 of them throughout the U.S. And these guys make the decision on what the interest rates are, as well as what the reserve rate is. Okay, so you give $1,000 to a bank, the bank keeps $100, and they loan out $900 to someone. Okay, now on the books, they have $1,000. You have $1,000. You can spend your money whenever you want because you have $1,000 in the bank. You can go to Walmart and buy a flat screen TV. The money is in the bank. Okay, but in reality, there's actually $1,900 out there. And the reason there's $1,900 out there is because they've created $900 through debt. They've created money by creating debt that this other person has that is loaned, and presumably there's like an interest rate in which they make a profit but getting money elsewhere. And so the downstream effects of this is that $1,000, it doesn't work out perfectly, right? But it will eventually become $10,000 in the market. And what ends up and obviously some of this gets lost. So some, bankruptcies occur, money is lost because, people don't pay back their loans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But the effect is that there is more money created. And the way that we used to measure, or what we used to call inflation, is not what we call inflation today. Originally, inflation meant an increase in the money supply. If there's $1 trillion and you own $100,000, I'm almost
because there used to be a fixed money supply. So you could that metric made sense when there was actually like a gold standard, for example. Like there was something you were comparing it against.
When we were on the gold standard, ever since like World War II, we had inflation too, right? And then the Lend-Lease and all that other stuff, France called our bluff and we were like, no, we're not giving you our gold. And then it turns out we actually had a fiat currency for like 60 years on the gold, or for like 30 years on the gold standard. But in theory, yes. Right. And
yeah,
so
I get it. So I was just saying in general, that metric makes sense when there is supposed to be a number that is the monetary supply, and then it goes up and you compare the two. Whereas in today's kind of more, let's call it malleable economy, there's not really a number out there that's like the right number on some level. Like if the dollars can kind of, they like you're saying, they can multiply as if by magic, because we're not even talking about hard currency. We're talking about digital currency.
We don't have a commodity currency. We have a fiat
are.
currency, right? It's arbitrary. But the long and short of this, understanding this process as inflation as a tax, is that when your government controls the banking system and creates a currency that is designed by the banking laws to inflate, and when the Federal Reserve occasionally prints money for the government, both of these things cause inflation, but they're not necessarily taxes out of your paycheck. Okay, like you don't see this tax anywhere. So when you have 4.8% inflation, which has been like the inflation we've had in the previous year, I think was 4.8. The year before it was like 2.7, right? Like during the COVID year or two, it was like it had spiked up to like 11%. Sometimes the government lies about inflation, and the reason the government lies about inflation is that they stop tracking the money supply. They stop tracking how much currency is in circulation. Granted, there are multiple different types of money supply. It gets really complicated. I don't want to get into it because that's not what this conversation is about.
Lies, because it's all about how you define the metrics, right? Like they'll say like
the point is
inflation on this narrow sector of the economy, and they'll avoid this other sector of the economy.
Right. So the way inflation is measured today is by prices. Prices are a symptom of inflation. They're not actually inflation. A lot of modern economists lie about inflation. They say it's a price of a market basket of goods. And the reason this is important is because there's more inflation than you think. And the reason there's more inflation than you think is if I have a time machine and I go buy Kraft mac and cheese at 1990, and then I go back to today and I look at Kraft mac and cheese and I turn them over, they are not the same product. And it's important to know that they're not the same product, because it's not a one-to-one comparison when you track prices on a market basket of goods, because sometimes companies reduce the quality of a product but keep the price the same. And the way we track inflation and the way the government tracks inflation is that this isn't inflation because the prices have become the same, when in reality, Kraft mac and cheese today doesn't have annatto extract as a means of making it yellow. It has yellow dye number 5, right? Which causes cancer, but it's easier to fucking produce. Okay. Doesn't have the same cheese cultures that it used to have. It has ultra processed bullshit in it, right? So,
or it's just smaller.
Or it's just smaller.
The obvious one. Yeah.
All of the right, there's shrinkflation, there's all these other forms of inflation that are not actually tracked. So when we're talking about 4% inflation, but you realize you've been going to the grocery store and everyone's like, actually, they've kept up with wages over the last 20 years and actually gotten a little better. And you're like, that's fucking funny because I'm spending $600 a month on groceries, and a couple years ago it was $400. What the fuck are you talking about, right? And it's because you're being lied to. There's more inflation than they're talking about. And then against, we have regulatory compliance costs. We have deficit monetization. We have, there's CPI increase.
If you don't mind me just interjecting for 1 second, just to make this point for anybody who has the means, and I understand it's not everybody who has the means, but with what Fabian just said about inflation, this is why people who have a bit more resources and invest their money differently are not hurt. Inflation is a tax on the poor, basically. Because if you can put your money, it affects everyone. But if you can put your money in the market, if you can put your money in real property, you can put your money in places that are in the long run relatively inflation proof, because as inflation hits, the price of these assets are going to spike reliably because the dollar's worth less. So your dollar buys less, but your house is now worth more dollars. So if you own property, it helps.
There's a simple way to explain it.
If you're broke and you're not saving money, you're just buying shit, it's especially brutal. So it affects everyone.
There's a simpler way. The simpler way to put it is this: inflation is less negative when you have debt, such as loans from the bank, mortgages, student loan debt. Okay, wealthy people have a lot of assets that inflate, like you said, and they have a lot of debt. And the more debt they have, right? Because Elon Musk doesn't have $40 trillion in his bank account. Or sorry, 480 billion or whatever the fuck he's at right now. I don't know why I said trillion. Right? He has a bunch of loans on assets that he owns, and assets are becoming worth more, right? So if you own assets or you own debt, it helps you. If you are living paycheck to paycheck just on income and you don't have a lot of assets, it hurts you. It's a tax on the poor, as you said. But then again, right? So we have mandating and licensing fees. We have utility and telecom franchise taxes. We have health insurance mandate penalties and taxes. We have environmental compliance pass-through. We have sin taxes like alcohol and tobacco and marijuana now. We have lottery and gambling taxes. We have, what else do we have? Deadweight loss and taxation, corporate tax avoidance costs, right? We have the tax of the government going after people. We have federal student loan subsidies. We have farm and energy subsidies. When you add all of this shit together, you're still not looking at monetary policy, okay? That can't be tracked because we're not tracking that, and we're still not looking at regulatory cost, regulatory compliance and cost, right? Other things that are hidden. The median American is paying around 47% of all of their money to the government. And that's not counting some of the things that get passed through from those that are paying more because they're wealthier. So it's a pretty safe bet when you actually look at all of the taxes, you really understand our economy, that when we're talking about welfare and we're talking about healthcare subsidies and we're talking about SNAP, you have to understand this isn't some 7% of your paycheck. This isn't that little bit of your paycheck that says 2%. We're talking about very likely, when we add up everything and inflation and the hidden things that you're not seeing, like the fact that you're getting paid less from your job because your job has to pay taxes on your behalf and tariffs and all these other things, we're talking about a majority of all of the money that you make is going to the government, and 74% of that is going towards welfare or paying off the debt. I know that this kind of got away from the ACA and healthcare and all this stuff, but I think before we can even have that conversation, Americans and viewers need to understand that you're out there working $23, $24 an hour. You should be getting paid $25, and your take home is like $19. But in reality, in your actual life, when you add up all of the taxes, you're taking home $10 or $9 an hour. Okay, that's the cost of this socialism.
And this is the accelerationist point I was making earlier, where, you know, the government provides a service. It's not particularly good. It doesn't work particularly well. People don't like it. But you got taxed more and more and more. And, you know, since like the 1920s, we've just been ramping it up. So at this point, okay, let's use the 47% number. You're getting 47% tax rate effective, as you said, but you don't feel like you have a good healthcare system. You don't feel like the education system's that good. So then the accelerationist says, well, surely if we just ramp it, wouldn't you like to ramp that up to 51 and get single payer? Right? So like it creates these incremental steps. And the solution is always more taxes and more government services, but it never feels like things are actually getting better. It feels like they just keep getting worse. But getting out of that cycle would require, a lot of conversations like this, but also a kind of clear and concise pitch for an alternative. Because I think people get really scared when you say, like, we're going to eliminate X, and they say, well, people are going to fucking die. And yes, I think the honest response is some of them, yeah, you know, but
hold on.
I think we could be
I want to
better
tackle
than
that very quickly. People are going to die. Yes. People are already dying. Every single fucking father that loses a fucking job in Appalachia and fucking becomes a deadbeat dad because he feels like his future is broken and ends up becoming a heroin addict and ends up dying from a fentanyl overdose. Now, those are decisions he fucking made. And it's also decisions that parents made when their kids are in these situations as well. Okay? I'm not excusing the deadbeat father that died from a heroin overdose somewhere. But you have to understand that there are deleterious effects to taking half of our fucking money too. There's a lot of fucking people out there that there are children that aren't being born because middle-class Americans that are Gen Z, older Gen Z and younger millennial know that they'll never be able to own a home. And they're wondering, how in the fuck can I start a family? And that depression fucking kills some percentage of people. Some people are going towards gang warfare and things like that because their communities have been desiccated by years and years of social. People are already dying because of the socialism and the theft that we have. But the problem is that it's harder to point to when you're talking about money that has been stolen from the entire economy of 330 million Americans than individuating it to a child. And Stalin said it best, presumably to Winston Churchill in his memo, the death of 1 million is a statistic, the death of one is a tragedy. When you can look at an individual family and say they can't eat anymore, they go, holy fuck, that's a tragedy. But nobody considers the cost of stealing half of the wealth of 330 million Americans. And the cost is this fucking gender war, this fucking, this fucking completely broken down families, the fact that there aren't families anymore, deadbeat dads out there, the fact that people don't own property, they don't build beautiful things, the amount of money that's been stolen, we don't know. Someone might have fucking already cured cancer, and we could put this socialism could be the reason that every cancer patient that's ever died is dead right now. People are already dying due to the effects of these policies, and it's important to note that, yes, getting rid of these policies will kill people. Your policy will kill people. But the difference is one is liberty and freedom, and it works better, and the other one isn't, and it works worse.
So, the story that I sometimes tell is when I was, before law school, I was a teacher. I did Teach for America, and I worked in East New York, which is like a pretty rough neighborhood in New York City. It's like like you get off the train and there's a methadone clinic and there's a bunch of empty blocks where there's crack houses. Like, it's, you know where you are instantly, right? And there were, I worked with a lot of families, and, the families of immigrants actually, their kids were great, but I didn't see them very long because they came in with a lot of pluck, and their parents were often like highly educated in Nigeria before they came here, and they were killing it. And before long, they saved up some money and they moved to a better neighborhood, and their kids were gone, right? The toughest families were the ones that had been dependent on the government for generations. And there's something that does to you, to your spirit, to your mentality. Because, like, if I was, if I was like dead broke and I was borrowing money from you, right? And you were like, look, man, I don't know you that well, but I want to get you on your feet.
There's a sense of shame.
Yeah,
and there's a motivating
shame
factor.
and there's moral obligation. Like, holy shit, if I don't pay Scott back, I'm fucking him over. Like, he went out on a limb for me. But
there's the opposite too, which is that when you work hard and you pay me back, you feel that burden released and you feel proud for having pulled yourself out of that situation. And I feel proud, and then we get connected. And the most important aspect of this, the most important, and it's really going to tie into the healthcare lodge system, is that when you have localized, community-driven, fraternal society, etc. systems, what you have is people helping people because they value those people. If you come to me for money, right? Maybe not you and me specifically, but let's assume we've been close friends for a long time, right? You come to me for money. I'm helping you because I know you, because I know that you're in dire straits and I know you're good for it. And I know that you bring value to my life. But when the government steals money from me, sometimes that's true. It is true. There are good people on welfare that pull themselves up and move out of those systems. But there's also people that don't deserve to be on welfare, that aren't giving value, that aren't productive. And when it's you and me, I can judge that, and I can aid you out of value for myself. It's no longer altruism. It's actually selfishness, because you bring value to my life as a friend, as a companion, and as a member to the community. And I want to see you do better so we both can rise up together. But it's sacrifice, right? From an objectivist perspective, when you steal the money based off of a moral duty or obligation to someone else because they are poor. I don't have a moral duty or obligation to you because you're poor to help you. It's the opposite. I have a moral duty and obligation to myself to help you because you bring value to my life, and I value you as a person, and I know that together we're going to do better things within our friendship and within our community if I can help you out, because I know you're a good man and I know you're good for it, and I know that this is a happenstance of circumstance. That's the real key, because welfare breaks down community connection. It destroys interconnectedness. It destroys human capital and social capital, right? Communities don't talk to each other. People don't know who's in their apartment building. People don't know who live in their community. They are separated. And instead what they do is they depend upon the government to just fix it. And the government is the worst at fixing it.
Well,
and it incentivizes terrible behavior.
That's it. Exactly. Because once you call it a right rather than a social obligation, right? Like, if it's a right, I don't need to do anything to earn it. I don't have to have any responsibility for my behavior. I'm owed this handout. I'm owed this health insurance. I'm owed this thing. It's a right. So, the example I gave in a chat last night is like, I'm an overweight guy. It's fucking batshit insane that my health insurance costs the same as like these little salad eating motherfuckers I go to work with. Like, I am a risk and they are not. But but the market isn't priced correctly because of various factors.
Yeah, I'm a 6'5" overweight man with a degenerative connective tissue disorder and a fucking autoimmune disease. My insurance should be more than yours. And your insurance should be more than health nuts.
And the thing about that is, once you get because it's not that way, if you changed it and all of a sudden they said, look, we're not doing this employer sponsor thing anymore. Everyone's going to go on an actuary table and you're paying insurance based off of your actual insurance needs. It would feel like an injustice to me because I've been used to being treated preferentially for so long that it would feel unjust for me to have to pay the actual amount that is likely my burden on the system. But when you're dealing with a friend, when you're dealing with a community member, and you're like, hey, man, I need to borrow this money. And they're like, well, are you going to stop smoking crack? And you're like, no, it's a right that you give me this money. You owe me this money even though I'm smoking crack. They're going to be like, well, no, I'm going to pass on that, actually. It turns out I'm not going to give you the money if you're not even going to bother lying to me about stopping smoking crack, right? You gotta meet.
Hold
me
on,
halfway.
pause. This is super important, actually, because it really deals with. Do you know when overdose rates spike
No.
They spike on the 2nd of the month. You know why?
Oh, that's dark. Yeah, because first of the month, cha-ching.
First of the month they get paid, they get drugs, and they've been broke the latter half of the month, and then they get a big chunk of money, and then they have a large amount of drugs again, and their tolerance isn't quite as high as it was. They want to go and do the peak amount, and then they overdose. That is the number one rule when you're dealing with an addict and you want to get an addict clean is do not enable their bad behavior. Socialism, welfare, enables the behavior to such a degree that we can actually track how socialism kills people by enabling their behavior as drug addicts.
Well, and this is why I think the lodge conversation is so useful, because when we had to do a lot of baseline
shit. We had to talk about the economics and stuff. Yeah.
But when you make the argument that like the government should stop doing these things, you're met with this kind of trail of horribles about how essentially people are blocks of wood and can't take care of themselves. And I'm being uncharitable. There's, like you said, there's going to be some truth to it. Some people are going to be hurt by any change in policy. But it's useful to have examples of how communities can voluntarily, not because they're forced to, but because they want to, band together and actually create solutions to many of these problems that are meaningful and lasting. And I know, like, for me, I thought when I was like a kid that the Freemasons and these lodges were like the Illuminati. And then when I started working, one of my first jobs is I was a camp counselor / lifeguard. And the guy who was the head lifeguard was in the Freemasons. And I was thinking he was like this, like master of the universe. But this dude was the most blue collar motherfucker you've ever met in your whole life. And what he described and why he's a Freemason is it was essentially a group of people who could rely on each other. Like if his car broke down, he had brothers in the Freemasons who would fix it for a really good price. If somebody in the Freemasons wanted to learn scuba, they'd come to him and he's charging them bargain basement prices. If you need, like you have a network of people who help each other and know each other and share values so they appreciate each other and are therefore willing.
That's the important part. They're
together.
helping themselves. It's a means of selfishness to help the community, because by helping those others, they help themselves, right? Because they share values and they value each other and they know that those people are good people, right? They're motherfuckers reading chat and typing, and he's real obvious about it. Fucking Boomer's first stream.
This is the one of the growing memes on my fucking channel is I've got a keyboard like a fucking shotgun. It's the loudest goddamn keyboard in the world. So every time I type, they fucking start yelling at me. So
you got to figure out your noise gate,
or lean into it. And now when they complain, I just type more because fuck them. I love you guys. Sorry, but
yeah. So let's get into. So we've talked about the problems, right? We've done an bird's eye view of the problems. I have a whole spiel about how I think gender roles are fucked by socialism. A whole spiel about how most of this is actually a wealth transfer from white men to women, and especially to black women, how it breeds racism and resentment, how it breeds gender issues, how it destroys the provider role, how it keeps young men from being able to engage in capital consumption because they don't have money now to build businesses, so they don't get to have a house, so they don't get to start a family. Instead, what you have is a welfare system that forces men and women to be more equal than they economically actually are. And then, of course, women are incentivized throughout the entire socialist state to leave men and get child support and all these other things. And it's a destruction towards young men specifically. But it's kind of a different spiel than than honing in onto this healthcare issue. But I just want to mention to other people, like there are other aspects of this conversation that I really enjoy, but we've already kind of gone in. So forgive me. I'm gonna be a little long-winded because I want to and ask questions and interrupt me, of course. But I want to kind of get through what is the alternative, and the alternative is twofold. There's a conversation about what's occurring now, but first I want to tell the history of what we had before Social Security, right? It's important to understand that Social Security started in 1935, okay? And I'm going to start from the end of the healthcare lodge system just to reference this really hard. There's very limited data.
Can I give one table set before we do this?
Mm-hmm.
Prior to the FDR era, we had what was called the Lochner Court. And the Lochner Court was like the conservative version of the living constitutionalists. So they believe that you could imply all kinds of rights from the Constitution, one of which was freedom of contract. So they would strike that, like a minimum wage law was struck down as unconstitutional. And it was only through the threat of court packing that magically this court changed its opinions. And suddenly all kinds of economic regulation became possible for the first time. And prior to that moment, it was impossible legally to do something like Social Security. It just couldn't be done. So once the law changed and this opened up, all of a sudden these policies are now on the table.
So very, very important. But I'm going to start from the end, okay? By 1935, the healthcare lodge system is dead in America. It's gone. When we are talking about the healthcare lodge system in its power, we are talking about the turn of the century. We are talking about the 1880s, the 1890s, the 1900s, the 1910s, and in its peak in the 1920s. Okay? We have very limited economic data from that time. And the reason we have very limited economic data at that time is that we did not have economic census data until the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913. And even then, we did not have widespread economic data really until the 1930s and 1940s. So it's very difficult to track things like inflation, the value of the dollar, average household income. Like data that we kind of take for granted right now didn't really exist in the 1910s and the 1900s. We do have a localized study, and we have some reference. And there is a Cato study that looked at elderly poverty rates, or specifically elderly people in need of economic assistance in 1910, looking at New York, right? So there's a couple of like random studies that academics are doing, okay? And so the best available data, limited though it is that in the 1910s, somewhere, depending on a few different studies we have within populated areas in the cities, not necessarily out in the boonies, between 10 to 20% of elderly people were in need of economic assistance. They did not have the nursing care that they needed. They didn't have the ability, they couldn't eat, they were pinching pennies to be able to afford meals, etc., right? In the establishment of the Social Security Act in 1935, right? The elderly poverty rate was at 40%. In 1960, it was at 35%. It is not until 1995 that we get lower elderly poverty rates than what we had during the healthcare lodge system in America. And the last available data that we have from 2023 is 11.3% elderly poverty rate. So with Social Security, it takes us until 1995 that with all of the inventions of capitalism to reach the same parity that we had at the turn of the century of a largely agrarian economy, okay, that is with a much smaller middle class in terms of the elderly needing care. Again, the data is very limited.
Can you send me that data when we're done? Because that's fascinating. I've never heard that before. Because it's always talked about like Social Security came in and instantly saved all these lives, but it sounds like it really took decades before it even kicked in to reach par, which is not what I've been told.
Yeah, you can just Google elderly poverty rate and look for a graph, and you'll see it. Right, like there's plenty of research on it. Like you'll see 40%, and then you'll see 35%, and then you'll see it go all the way down to 10% by 1995, and then they go, see, Social Security was great. And what you'll notice is they're barely looking at elderly poverty. It's starting in the Great Depression is when the data is starting, when the healthcare lodge system has already been destroyed.
Interesting. So this is, when someone say there's lies, damn lies in statistics. The problem
Right.
with statistics is that you can always find a way to cut up the data.
You start the data, you start calculating the data with in like 1929, 1930, and the elderly poverty rate is like, 46% or something. And then it goes to 40% once the, Social Security Act is put in. And then, 1960, it's at 35%. And then you see expansion of Social Security under the Reagan administration, right? And then it gets a little bit better. And then they go, see, you can see where it was implemented, and then things started going down. And it's like, no, we grew as an economy. Well, the middle class grew. Like, we started manufacturing shit. The 1940s and 50s, we became a superpower. Like, a lot of shit happened since then. And it took you until 1995 to reach, the best available evidence that we have of parity from the turn of the century. Right. So I want to start at the end before I get in the beginning. So first and foremost, if you want a really good source on understanding this, there's a great book you got to read. And that is From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Services and Social Services, 1890 to 1967. The author would be David T. Beto. That's B-E-I-T-O. David T. Beto, B-E-I-T-O. That's what you want to search for. That's the book you're looking for. Again, it's From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State. I mean, I read the subtitle, but if you have David T. Beto and put in mutual aid, you'll find the book. All right, so
it's not John Smith. There's probably only one of him.
Right. So I've got some bullet point notes here to make it easier to go through, but we can talk about it more. I just want to we'll just kind of figure it out.
Well, so can I ask kind of a kind of orienting question?
Yeah, go ahead.
For people who aren't as plugged into this as you are. So if we're starting from the premise that elder poverty, for example, was comparable in 1913 to what it was in 1995, 11 to 13.5%, something like that.
Poverty would be it was and it wasn't, right? Like in 1995, elderly poverty people have access to refrigerators and AC units, right? You know what I mean? Like what poverty means is going to be relative to the rest of the population. But what we are talking about, right? What we are talking about is the amount of people in America that are struggling to find their next meal. The amount of people in America that are about to be evicted because they don't have enough money to pay the bills. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about destitute people that can't make ends meet, which is what Social Security is supposed to fix, right? It's not supposed to be a retirement plan.
So when you talk to someone who argues in favor of Social Security, the thing that they point out is it provides benefits to people who are unable to care for themselves otherwise. They don't produce value in society anymore necessarily. They can't work. They aren't able to give as good as they get, basically. So in a lodge system where it's voluntary and mutual, how are those people being cared for?
Right. So let's start with what is a fraternal order and what is the healthcare lodge system?
Perfect.
Okay. So somewhere around the 1860s and the 1870s, you have the beginning of the healthcare lodge system. This is not a common occurrence. This isn't normal. This is the very beginning. Okay. It's not widely adopted at this time in America. What you have is coal miners and miners in the Midwest in mining towns that are getting injured a lot and have a lot of health problems. And they're not making a lot of money, right? So you have people that are kind of living, what you might consider paycheck to paycheck, that are people that get injured, that people that, get black lung eventually, right? Like the people that have health conditions and are facing, they're working dangerous jobs, they get injured, and then they don't have enough money to go to the doctor. And so what ends up happening is there are these proto-union groups that work that start to form, right? These aren't black cat union protesters fighting against the corporation that's, exploiting their labor or some bullshit, right? But what these are community-led miners. And what they say is, okay, look, I can't afford to go to the doctor. because I have to go into the city and I have to go to this doctor's private practice and I have to pay this money that I don't have to get something looked at. And then I got to pay money for medicine. I got to pay all this shit. But what if all of us got together and then once every 6 months or once a year, we pay a doctor to just kind of come check up on all of us and all of our problems? This wasn't a replacement for going to the doctor at first. At first, it was just, we're gonna pool together all of our money, right? We'll all put in $1 or $2, because I mean, obviously with inflation, it was like not that much. And then we'll buy a lawyer, and then, or sorry, a doctor. And then that doctor will come and check on all of us, right? And he'll come for like a week or two and like get us all taken care of. It's like, oh man, like your lungs are starting to do this thing. You need to do this. Oh, your knee is bum. Like, here's the things you need to do, et cetera, et cetera. And it starts working really well. Okay, so it starts to expand. And then very quickly after that, you have these fraternal orders and mutual aid societies. You have these secret societies like the Freemasons, like and then but you also have community-led men that start joining these mutual aid societies and fraternal society. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
So you were like paused and you were like, oh, okay, right. And so they start going to these, people start joining these groups just to talk about shit in the community, just to have a place for men to go, just to do that. And what ends up happening is people pay membership dues. And then the mutual aid society or the fraternal society says, well, hey, look, we've got this huge group of men, thousands upon tens of thousands of men, and they all pay membership dues. And one common problem that people talk about all the time is that they don't have the money or the access to deal with healthcare, or that healthcare is just really expensive at an individual basis. So what they start doing is, instead of hiring a doctor to come out once every 6 months or once every year, is much like lawyers today, they hire a doctor on retainer. And it's usually young doctors that are just getting started that don't have a really strong private practice yet. And they say, hey, look, we will pay you this annual salary. Anytime somebody has a serious medical issue, you come check them out, or we send them to you, and it's already paid for. That's the beginning of the healthcare lodge system. By the 1910s, and especially the 1920s, these fraternal order societies and mutual aids are essentially insurance companies. Like they're community-led individuals where all of their members and all of their families are having all of their healthcare needs taken care of, all of their unemployment needs taken care of if they lose their job for a legitimate reason. If they die, their children are put into education in private school systems. The elderly are put into nursing care facilities with nurses and taken care of if they're invalid. People that have specific family problems. Everything that you imagine that Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid is doing, these systems are all doing, and they're doing it really well.
Can I ask you a few questions about that?
Yeah.
Because, the problem with any system, any system that provides all these benefits is free riders, right? Like there's when you create an incentive structure, there's going to be people who are taking advantage of it. But these lodges are, amongst other things, social clubs, and they're not value neutral, as I understand it. They have specific values or principles.
There is no free rider problem here.
So yeah, you weren't guaranteed membership into these orders, for example.
So
how did they police the boundaries?
So at its peak in the 1920s, 1 in 3 men in America belonged to a fraternal society of this kind. So 2/3 of America, 2/3 of people aren't in any of these social clubs, right? But 1/3 of people are in these clubs, and their entire family and structure. It is a voluntary association. So the thing to understand here is that the free rider problem is when you guarantee this situation. These benefits are only for their members, right? So, the free rider problem, for example, when you unionize at UPS, is that there are people that don't join the union and don't join the union fees, but then the union petitions the corporation to have them increase salaries, And then all of a sudden you have the free rider problem. You have these people that aren't paying membership dues. But what we're talking about is individual care, right? So you pay, you become a member, and then you know, if something happens, then then like your leadership structure determines whether or not, you know, something happens here, right? So it's like, oh, you know, Bob got a cold. He's going to be out of work for a month. We need to pay his salary. They're going to be like, shut the fuck up, Bob. You're fine, right? Whereas like whatever the structure is in the, you know, in the contract that they have set up, but if Bob loses a finger at the factory and needs to take a couple weeks off work because he doesn't have a fucking finger, they make sure that he gets his medical needs taken care of. They make sure that he gets his antibiotics. You know, they make sure, well, maybe not, but they make sure he gets his medicine. They make sure that he gets his finger taken care of. They make sure he goes to the doctor, and they make sure that his family doesn't starve while Bob can't work for 2 or 3 weeks. Right. So,
and is that
it's
done
all
by vote? Is that done by leadership? How does that work?
So we're talking about a lot of different fraternal order societies, and they're all kind of doing things in different ways. Right? Like one of the biggest ones in this field would be the Loyal Order of the Moose. And by 1912, they had over 1 million members, which was 1 in 26 men in all of America. Right? This is probably the biggest one that engages in this specific, you know, like healthcare lodge system. So just one of the things that they did is it was a social safety net. You know, they had, it was run by Harding, who was the U.S. Secretary of Labor eventually after this. Under Coolidge and Hoover, right? He was the head of the Loyal Order of the Moose. There was a Moose Heart orphanage in Illinois. So Moose Heart, Illinois, still exists to this day. Was also known as Child City. This is in up near the Great Lakes in Illinois. And if a child, like if a parent died, or let's say both parents died, and they in the man, because it was predominantly men at this point, though they did have female-led ones as well. But if a man died at the Loyal Order of the Moose, right, and the children needed to be taken care of, they would go to this orphanage. And in this orphanage, men, they had a 70.9% higher weekly earnings than the median American that came from this school. And the females had a 62.5% increase in weekly earnings. And so basically what that means is they didn't just go to a random school that like abused them like CPS today. Instead, they went to a private school and a private orphanage that was so good that the people that graduate from there are making almost double, or at least, you know, 70% and 62% more than the average American. So these are good schools with a good education, and they're apparently not that traumatic.
Yeah, and you have to assume that just by lieu of being orphans, you would have a negative drag on your long-term earnings just because of that by itself, right? So that
Casimir's mad at me. He says, "Stop forgetting to slap before the pivot." He asks you a question. Pause the autism. Oh my God, Casimir, you're such a fucking dick sometimes. Yeah. So I mean, every situation would be different, right? So you had local elected elders in the Loyal Order of the Moose, right? So the biggest one, right, the largest one, just as an example, the members themselves would elect their leadership, and then that elected leadership would have treasurers that would determine whether or not something was worth enough money, and then they would have like a group of like a council, I think is the term they used, council of elders or some shit. They're fucking fraternal societies, so they have weird esoteric names for their shit. Right. But they would determine whether or not you received benefits. And if people didn't like it, then they would elect those people out, or they would kick those people out, or they would change the leadership.
Okay. So then if I'm following along right, you join an order that suits your temperament and beliefs. You have the leadership structure of that order, which is going to be different from order to order. And then you have
from lodge to lodge.
And lodge to lodge.
Like, so you're going to have your local lodge where you live and where you have meetings and where you meet with people. This is a community-led event. So even though this is 1 million men under a hierarchical structure, right? Like what you're really dealing with is the people in your town that are members of this. And they're doing all types of social events too, right? This is really important to understand, is that the healthcare system is tied to your local community, but it's not community in name only like so many things are today with the government. It's, these people, you have cookouts with these people. You have a Veterans Day parade that's organized by the Loyal Order of the Moose, right? Like you have children's functions, right? You know all of these people because you're spending a significant portion of your time getting to know these people. So you know whether or not Bob is a problem and he's a free rider. You know, like you understand who the people are that are leading you, and you have a personal connection, as opposed to some politician that's lying to you, that's like, representing 12 million people in your little fucking district, and like 60% of the people aren't even voting for them.
So then 2 follow-ups, depending, I don't know how granular information you have on hand is. How expensive were the dues in like some kind of relative terms? And
no, I've got that.
And then also, like, how selective were these orders? Like, if someone came in and they had like a terrible reputation and they owe money all over town, is the order still letting them in for community growth, or are they saying, look, you just don't have the character you're not a moose?
It's going to be,
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, so it's going to be different. Loyal Order of the Moose has an interview process. They meet you. They would like go into your family, very much like the Freemasons, right? You have to go through an interview process. You have to be Freemasons is a little bit harder to get into, right? Because you have to be like, someone has to vouch for you before you can even start the interview process. The Loyal Order of the Moose, I don't believe had that then, but I could be wrong on that. But there is an interview process. There is, like, they do evaluate your character. They do ask people in the community whether or not you're a good person, etc. And then, of course, some of them, right, because this is the turn of the century, are like race and gender specific, right? The Loyal Order of the Moose was a white-only fraternal society. We do have black-only fraternal societies, such as the United Order of the True Reformers, and I can talk about that later. But the big one, the biggest one in this space, right, is going to be selective based off of shared values, shared culture, interview process, etc. Now, in terms of dues, the Loyal Order of the Moose never exceeded, I know it, but I'm looking to verify it on my notes. But it looks like I must have written it in a different, I have like several notes on this in different places. I mean, it's not in this one for this specific conversation. But it never exceeded, it never exceeded $20 annually, which would be $600 today. And it was progressive, right? So poor people might be able to pay $5, and then wealthier people might pay $10 or $15, and leadership would pay like $20. So for the equivalent, if you were poor, for the equivalent of $150 annual fee, all of your healthcare needs completely taken care of, all of your unemployment insurance completely taken care of, all of your orphanage, if you die, situations completely taken care of, and your membership into this social club and your ability to meet and network with members of the community is all taken care of for about $150 a year.
Now, one of the things that immediately makes me understand is that the price of the services was just dramatically different. Because
it was
$600,
astronomically less.
Yeah, because $600 doesn't get you nearly any health care in the market today.
In the market today, $600
a visit. It covers nothing.
Right, $600. Like, you're going to pay double that today just to say that you have health insurance, so that the government doesn't tax you more for not having health insurance. And when you go to the doctor, you're going to have a copay, and you're going to have like a cap that you have to exceed of like $2,500 or $3,000 or $4,000 before they'll even start paying for like major surgeries or anything.
Yeah. So one ingredient of the lodge system magic
I want to be
was
fair.
that they were getting medical services cheaper than we're getting them today.
That is extremely
reasons.
important to why they failed, number one. But number two, it's also fair to point out that there's a multitude of factors for the reason of healthcare costs increasing. And it's not just socialism and regulation and certificate of need boards and the AMA and restrict. A lot of it is socialism and government. A lot of it is socialism and government, right? But MRIs weren't a fucking common thing back then. You know what I mean? Like there are certain technologies and things that would likely make it to where if we implement this perfectly today, it's probably not going to be $150 a year. It's probably going to be, I don't know. It's hard to know, right? But it is important to note that a large chunk for the reason that healthcare is expensive is because of socialism and is because of regulations. A huge portion of it. pharmacy
I
care
think there's
managers.
three chunks. There's the change in technology. There's changes in the amount of services. You're right. We get more medicine. We treat more things. We live longer. So people, a lot of medical costs are going toward the very elderly who people just didn't live as long in 1913. There's the regulatory point that you just made.
Not that
and then
much.
I think the last point, which is, just to add to the mix, is, I don't know about every lodge, but you could imagine in a lodge system, like my buddy in the Freemasons, the doctor might be a member, right?
Yeah.
So
for sure. Like the doctors are very often members.
The services are just being given at a deep discount within the community. Is like another part of it, right? So
yes,
like
doctors are members often. They often do become members. That is an important thing. So this system works really well. So just to go over some more important ones, right? I want to touch on the race and gender issue just a little bit, right? Because, I'm going to bring up something real quick because I want you to just understand just how much we've been lied about this. I brought up Mooseheart Village, right? Or Mooseheart, Illinois. I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to show you the Wikipedia listing for Mooseheart. So in the beginning, they talk Mooseheart, Kane County, Illinois, unincorporated community, no spit child, started, passing parade, John Nesbitt, 2013, et cetera, et cetera. Then, like Moose Lodges, Mooseheart was originally open only to Caucasians. The facility was created to be a home for the widows and the children of members of the Loyal Order of the Moose. Later, any child who had a family member who was a member of the Moose could be admitted. In 1994, admission policies were changed to allow any child, yada, yada, yada. In the 1950s, a pediatrician conducting a longitudinal study recognized that by the 1930s, this is a separate entity legally because the healthcare lodge system no longer exists and the Loyal Order of the Moose has like very limited control and they've fractioned off. So it's not under direct control of the Loyal Order of the Moose by the 1930s. In the 1950s, a pediatrician conducting a longitudinal study of children's growth at Mooseheart recalled there was a tension since he felt bad that the board of directors were conducting the study to prove the superiority of the white race. By the 1990s, Mooseheart was open to children of all races and predominantly enrolled minority children. In 1994, right, this is like 64 years after the healthcare lodge system, right? The whole origin and history of what this is about is never mentioned, but they do want to remind you that in 1994, 4 Mooseheart employees were convicted of sexually abusing children. 2 years later, a Mooseheart employee was convicted of possession of child pornography. That's the whole thing. No mention of the healthcare lodge system. They just go, well, originally it was for like, this is it. This is the entire thing about it, is these 2 sentences. Like Moose Lodges, Mooseheart was originally open to Caucasians. Remind you that it was whites only and racist, and then the facility was created to be a home for the widows and the children of members of the Loyal Order of the Moose. That's it. No mention of like what it did, what it's about, what the healthcare lodge system was. All the Wikipedia entry is, don't forget that this place that you might have heard something good about, it was racist and they raped children in the 90s. Again, 60 some years later, after the Loyal Order of the Moose has no direct control over this.
I wonder if it has a Grokpedia entry. I haven't taken the time to start comparing the two yet. That could be funny.
Maybe. So I just want to point that out, right? Like about some because we're about to get into it, but before I do that, right, I just want to mention there was the Ladies of the Maccabees, which was the female branch of the Knights of the Maccabees. Right? They eventually split off into the Women's Benefits Association in 1920. And at the time, the Women's Benefit Association had 250,000 members. And the Ladies of the Maccabees had 200,000 members. So just for women alone, almost a half a million women are in these 2 groups.
Now, can I ask another question about that? Because if you have fraternal societies, and this is in an era when in a traditional household only the man typically worked, like were these health benefits provided to the whole family, or was it just to the member?
So predominantly female. They were called women's fraternal societies, but really they should have been called maternal societies. I don't know why they're referenced that way, right? Because it's weird. Or sororities or something, right? But I guess maybe the college thing or something, so they call them women's maternal. This is predominantly for young women, young unmarried women, and it offered life insurance policies for them, which would include family if they happen to be widows, some of them, or things like that. But mostly what this was some of these were involved in activist organizations for the women's suffrage movement. And then but mostly this is vocational training for women. As the economy is starting to open up towards women, as we're starting to get into a more industrialized, as we have like the flappers of the 1920s, et cetera, there are young women that maybe the fathers and the families aren't really supporting them in, they're like, you need to go and get married to John. He's a good man. And like, I don't know that I want to get married to John. I want to be a city girl. I want to do these things, but I don't know what to do. And so they end up joining these female fraternal societies, and they get vocational training, and they get business knowledge, and they get advice that maybe their fathers or other people wouldn't give them, so that they could like be independent women, or so that they could go do what it is that they wanted to do with their life. Right. So these are going to be more progressive. Or sometimes they're just dealing with things, but also they weren't required. None of them, that I know of or that I've read about, I could be wrong, required that you had to be single or anything, or that you had to be a feminist or something, right? Like, and with life insurance policies and things like that, there were married women that were in them, and sometimes it was almost seen like, okay, well, the ladies will get together and they'll talk about the lady issues in the community and also help out other young women, and then sometimes other young women would also kind of go there, kind of like in a way that we would go to church to find a husband. You might even go there to meet with the community and meet other people and be like, oh, such and such is a bachelor, right? So it's a social club, right? It's a healthcare system, but it's a social club, and so it's all encompassing.
So this is really interesting, because what we're now describing is almost like a overlapping tapestry of different voluntary organizations.
Yes,
because you have the
free
fraternal
market
orders, you have the women's orders, and then also at this era, probably 90% of these people were attending church. So you had, like church communities, you had these kind of secular or quasi-secular fraternal orders.
Some of them are deeply religious. So a lot of them are deeply religious. Yeah. A lot of them, actually.
But the point being that you then had multiple points of entry into your own community, right? So you say like, oh, I need somebody who can help me with like leather working or whatever it is. It's like, well, I'm a moose. My wife's in, in this women's order, and
the
we
Knights of the
attend
Maccabees.
church. Yeah. So in one of these three places, somebody must know something about leather working. So that's where I'm going to find this person.
Yeah. Like share things that help people out. So there was a pretty the most famous black specific one would be the United Order of the True Reformers, and this was made founded by William Washington Brown. What their quota, right? Their like their mission statement. I can't think of the term. Their phrase. Their like the thing that they say, right? Is save the cents and the dollars will take care of themselves. Appreciate the $5. Unrelated. Andrew Wilson's force doctrine is just Carl Schmitt, right? That might take me too long to answer, but remind me and I will get back to you on that. Because we're like in a totally different.
Unrelated is like a bit of an undersell about the level of tension in that comment.
Hey man, they paid me. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna promise to get back to them. You know what I mean?
I know the super chat guarantee. I understand. It's
right. So in 1900, they had 70,000 members, and they had brought from 1913 by 1913 they had turned $2 million into $65 million. And mainly the focus of the United Order of the True Reformers, they did have healthcare, and it was a part of the healthcare lodge system, which is why we're talking about it. But the main focus of this one was taking slaves with entrepreneurial spirit and getting them into black businesses and starting black businesses and building that community with banks, hotels, retail stores, newspapers, black-owned businesses by black men, not just being like a bullshit paid employee somewhere, but like driving that entrepreneurial spirit. And like I said, they went from $2 million in 1900 to $65 million in 1913 that they were managing. And there was like a lot of like, you come in, you get a job, you get vocational training. You know, we force you to be frugal because you're starting with nothing. You're a former fucking slave, or like you're the children of slaves, right? Because it's 1900. Slaves are ostensibly freed in 1865, right? But a lot of sharecroppers coming from destitution with nothing, right? And so the idea is we're going to work together. We're going to collectivize our power economically in voluntary systems to like build wealth, right? And it was like this super hardcore frugal aspect. Now, there's one more that I want to talk about. And this one is the one that probably causes the most controversy and kills the healthcare lodge system. This is the Security Benefit Association. It's not a secret society at all. It's not really a fraternal order in the traditional sense. It is their quote, their motto was protection now, furnished from cradle to the grave. It was a voluntary society, and it was more run like a business than it was like a community-led, you know, like this was a more secular, there's no rituals, nobody's wearing crazy hats, right? It's like members of the community, they get together, they work together to ensure that all of their members are taken care of, and to the extent of elderly care was a big primary concern of theirs. And they began purchasing, owning, and operating several long-term care hospital facilities. And this is where, once these guys start doing that, this is where the wealthy and the powerful and the socialists and the corporates and the wealthy, academic doctors start going, this is a threat to everything that all of our power. We have to kill these people. But before I get into that, let's talk,
So let's pause. Yeah, let's try to sum up, because I think one thing that's coming up in my chat, and I think it's a fair point, is that we're not suggesting that this would be a panacea today, or that you could just take this and run it today and it would function the same way. We actually identified a bunch of challenges that are very different and would need to be overcome. But I think what Scott's been describing is
this is just the history of
it's the history, but it's a history of an organic solution to a common problem. And while the technology is different and the regulations are different, the need to care for the elderly, the need to provide for your children if you get sick or die, these are not new phenomenon. These are things humans have been dealing with forever. And what Scott's describing is that, left to their own devices, people came up with methods that allowed them as communities to solve these problems. But the key difference is these were voluntary. You opted in, completely. You opted out. People did it because they wanted to, not because they were forced to under the threat of a gun, no matter how far removed from the butt of the gun you might feel today. That is ultimately, you are under threat.
I will spoil the conversation that we will get into a little later, right? And say that if you guys are like, okay, well, this isn't going to work today, okay, what we have today that we need to deregulate and empower are direct primary care facilities. They exist to this day. We need to empower and deregulate healthcare sharing ministries, or faith-based sharing ministries. Okay, we need to empower and deregulate today concierge medicine. There are multiple systems to this day, including pharmacies that are separate from pharmacy care managers, and selling and producing things like polypeptides, and pharmacies and these DPCs and fucking HCSMs that utilize genetic testing and things of that nature, and polypeptides, as opposed to massive corporate medicine that is overpriced and overly pushed by the FDA, and we are already have systems, despite a ton of challenges, that are drastically cheaper healthcare costs because they are voluntary systems, despite all of the regulations and corporate influence and FDA, et cetera.
Can I tell you a funny story about that? Which I just experienced this recently. So I'm not going to disclose what it is, but I take a medication that I have to take. So there, I obviously I have to have it on stock.
It's his herpes medication, right, where he gets a flare up.
Actually, it's mecha herpes. It's herpes, but they have like nanobots. But the issue was during COVID, supply chains got disrupted, and fuck it, it's a better story if I give more details. It's I have to do like a nasal rinse because I have sinus problems, so it's like a steroid for like the sinuses, and you get it in these fucking packages that you couldn't get during COVID because of the fucking whatever, the packaging was coming from
they were made
somewhere.
in China. Yeah,
whatever. And I was having the fucking hardest time finding them. And eventually my doctor was like, well, why don't you just call this number for this compound pharmacy I'm going to give you, where they make a custom made equivalent, and they'll just make it for you and send it to you. And I was like, well, how much is that going to be? And he's like, it's pretty cheap. So I called him. It's $100 every 3 months. And obviously that's more than the copay I was paying on whatever I was getting from the pharmacy, though it is delivered to my house and a million times more convenient. But it's a third as much as the total insurance bill that was being paid at the pharmacy.
Right.
So
which means
that's
taxes.
Yes, that's the interesting bit. Like, the
getting
good
reimbursements
can be
and shit,
provided for 100. I was co-paying, like, let's call it 50, 45, somewhere in that range. But the actual price that the insurance company is paying was closer to like 300, 350. So they're like
they're paying 150. They're putting on the bill 350.
Maybe they're negotiating it down at behind the scenes. Yeah.
Right. Well, there's something called the black book in insurance costs, right? So when you look at healthcare costs, you'll see a lot of like pro NIH people and shit be like, a bag of saline costs $2,000 in the United States. And it costs $30,000 if you're pregnant, right? And it's like, that's insane, blah, blah. And it's like, well, two things are happening with the bag of saline, right? Number one, saline bag prices are set by hospitals arbitrarily high because they're really, really, really good way of charging you, because if you come to the hospital, you're probably getting a bag of saline. And if you are going into an emergency care, you're definitely getting a bag of saline, and you're probably getting multiple bags of saline. And so it's a really good price mechanism for their power bill, for hospital beds, for, the time of nurses, all these other things that you're not actually seeing on your bill that they have to pay, right? Like they got to pay for nurses, they got to pay electricity, they got to pay for the hospital bed, they got to pay all this other shit, right? And so saline bag prices will be super high. And it's like arbitrary and weird that certain things are priced highly because of the way that they're trying to make their money. The second thing is insurance companies regularly will have the price at one point, and then they negotiate bulk stuff and say, we're either going to service you or we're not going to service you. And they do this along with doctor's licenses and pharmacy care managers. And because these are the middlemen that like take a cut of everything. And so something will be $2,000, but the insurance company is only paying like $900, $800. The only people who actually pay full price is the government. The government pays full price, but insurance companies don't. And the government likes paying full price. And the reason they like paying full price is because they pay a bloated, massive amount through Medicare reimbursements and through, whatever welfare systems are paying for, and like there's different Medicare parts and, whatever, right? And then what they get to do is they get to go on national television after they write some dumb bill that says, we negotiated prices down by 20% on such and such and such and such. Except the thing is that they were already paying 60% more than private health insurance companies were. And then they just move that number over to a different thing, and then they eventually raise that up again. So the only people paying full price is the government. Insurance companies are never paying what you see on your bill. That's just the price. That's what it's listed at the hospital. That's what the medical coding lists it as. What the insurance company is actually paying is a smaller percentage.
And what that does is that with no price transparency, you as a consumer are unable to factor in price into your consumption of medical services.
When having a
at
baby,
all.
when having a baby costs $30,000, all of a sudden it doesn't feel so bad to have a copay and to have like a cap at $3,000, and then the insurance company pays the rest of it. But if the insurance company is actually only paying $8,000, not $30,000, and you have a copay and you're paying the first $3,000, and they're actually only paying $5,000 because of the way the price system is set up, all of a sudden you might realize that paying $600 a month for the last 10 years really fucking wasn't worth it, was it?
Well, that's where it becomes tricky, right? Is like I was talking with a guy, Matt, yesterday, and he was talking about how he and his wife were on a really low monthly cost insurance plan. They were paying like $200 a month, but it had a $10,000 deductible per year. So when they wanted to have a kid, they had to save up to hit the deductible because they knew they were going to hit the deductible. But for most people, it's almost impossible to figure out what the math is on your insurance plan and whether it's saving you money, what the costs really are, and how this works out. And why this matters, and trying to tie it back to our conversation, is if you were trying to come up with a voluntary solution today, and some organizations, to their credit, there are church organizations that are doing some kind of voluntary medical cost giving programs that are kind of interesting.
Those are HCSMs. Those are healthcare sharing ministries. There's a lot of them.
Yeah,
some of them are big, some of them are small.
Interesting. That's an interesting model. But one of the real challenges that
they have to stay. Sorry, they have to stay within this extremely strict regulatory guideline, or they have to manage over $100 million. And then be classified as an insurance company. So they can do some things as a charity, and they can't do other things because it's illegal, because they'd be doing the role of insurance. And in order to qualify as an insurance company, they have to manage a minimum of $100 million in assets. Because what if somebody needs an extremely expensive heart transplant or something? Then therefore legally they're being fraudulent because they're claiming to be insurance when they're not real insurance because they don't have $100 million in the bank.
Yeah, and also you wouldn't, if you don't have $100 million in the bank, you do not want to be classified as an insurance company. The regulatory schemes that attach to being an insurance company are so fucking crazy that, like, I mean, I've litigated in this area before. Like, you know, it's funny.
Right. It's a way of creating a monopoly. The government creates a monopoly by making it extremely difficult to get into that business.
Well, yeah, and the thing about insurance is that it's so easy to be a fraudulent insurance company. Like, nobody really knows where the money is. So if they're like, the argument for the regulations is that, like, if you don't do that, it's very easy to end up in a situation where the insurance company writes a whole bunch of policies and then the hurricane hits and they go, oh, I guess we're bankrupt. Fuck you guys. Right? Like, because like you need to know that they actually have the money to cover the policies they're writing, which is impossible for a consumer to know. Which is tricky, right? So like, I don't want to pretend that these are easy solutions, but coming back from the tangent, without price transparency, I don't know how you could do something like a lodge system today. Because if you were saying
the lodge system had price transparency, exactly. And the reason they did is because they negotiated for doctors. That wasn't a problem, because if your price you don't. Well, they would go to doctors and say, or hospitals or private facilities and say, this is how much we're willing to pay you to have you on retainer to take care of everything except for these specific conditions or whatever, right? Like a heart transplant surgery or something like that. They might go to a different, hospital or something. But for like primary care, taking care of the other. So all of those things they're as transparent as they can be because they are pre-purchasing. They're not purchasing at the moment of an emergency. They're purchasing before the emergency, the labor of the doctor and the doctor's supplies, etc. But getting back into history, I want to wrap this up with what happened to the healthcare lodge system. Okay, so the healthcare lodge system basically what you have to understand is that once the Security Benefits Administration comes into play, once these people start negotiating salaries with doctors, what ended up happening is you had normal working class people telling doctors that they weren't good enough or that they were charging too much, and then going to other doctors. And what you have to understand is that class is very different in the turn of the century. These are the poors. These are the peasants. These are like, there's no large chunk of middle class Americans in 1900. Like, middle class exists, right? It kind of always exists. Even under like medieval Europe, there was the merchant class, right? But there is no like strong middle class. So you have this big class divide. And what ends up happening is you have coal miners telling doctors from good families that went to good colleges, you're not good enough for me. I'm going to go with a competitor because their prices are better or because their medical care is better. And they're driving the cost of healthcare way, way, way down by using collective action and by having a free market of a bunch of different societies that are also all going to different doctors and hospitals and negotiating prices. And with price transparency, doctors are losing money. It is no longer an extremely lucrative profession. It's becoming like an upper middle class profession because these people are, because the supply and demand is balancing out, because now we have this more of a free market because people, as you said, they're not going to the hospital in an emergency where they can charge whatever fucking price they want or you die. Instead, they're negotiating with you ahead of time. And if they don't like your prices or they don't like the quality or the continuity of your care, they go to your competitor. And then there's a lot of young doctors that are like, they don't have a practice yet. And that was their key. Young doctors that maybe came from the boonies or didn't go to like really wealthy schools. What ended up happening was the American Medical Association in its infancy. Now, granted, the American Medical Association started in, I have it here, 1847, right? But they were not given like de facto control over everything in this like pseudo fascistic private corporate partnership thing with the government until like 1960 something, 1961, right? But they have ever increasing control over licensing, over determining who's a good doctor, who's a bad doctor, etc. There was the Flexner Report and Consolidation of 1910. And so basically this is where like school accreditation becomes like this really like bigger focus, right? And what they want to do is they want to start restricting schools that they say aren't good enough. And their excuse is that these doctors start going, and these associations, the JAMA was one of them, Pennsylvania, different states, they start going to politicians and saying, we have to ban the healthcare lodge system because it's dangerous, because the poor are not getting good quality care. The poor are being tricked and swindled by these fraternal societies and these fat cats that are stealing all their money. No evidence of them stealing any money. And they're getting these like doctors from the boondocks that have no idea what they're doing, and the quality of their healthcare is really, really bad. They present no evidence that the quality of the healthcare is bad, and because it isn't, because people were getting rid of bad doctors. When they had a bad doctor, they would go, "You're a shit doctor," right? Like, we're going to get a better doctor, right? And like that just wasn't happening, but they were lying about it. And so what ends up happening is in the states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, California, Maine, and Vermont, as well as Illinois, healthcare lodge systems become de facto or completely banned. They become illegal. Medical associations started like attacking them.
State law, like the
state laws start making the healthcare lodge system illegal in one way or another, right? Like they start splitting them up. They start saying like you can't be a fraternal society and a medical facility. You have to have your own facility, and then you have to be in the regulations of the own facility, because a lot of these healthcare systems, they were like, well, you don't need a hospital for most visits, so we have a contract with a hospital for the rare cases someone needs to go to the hospital, but then we have a doctor that's on call or is like a retainer to do house visits, right? So you have a doctor that is like a young doctor that's like working at a hospital or has a private facility, but like the local lodge doesn't own a hospital. Instead, they have a doctor or two or three that like does house calls, and then they have an agreed upon rate at the hospital if someone needs to go to the hospital.
Well,
So
just to explain to like the audience how this might work, and this is a very silly example, but like I'm currently a lawyer. I'm barred in New York State. I live in New Jersey. Now, that's fine because I work at a firm that has a New York City office. But one of the ways that like the legal profession, like the medical profession, is regulated is that they put on requirements like to practice in the state, you must have a physical office in the state. So if you're a traveling doctor, for example, maybe you're shit out of luck now. Maybe you have to have a physical, you have to pay rent on an office. Just like if I wanted to start practicing law in New Jersey and hang up my shingle, I would have to have a physical address here and pass the bar here. So these aren't like death knells. I can navigate around these requirements, but if you do them strategically, you could break up a company or fraternal order, as it were, by creating regulations that they won't be able to meet easily.
Exactly.
Like,
so
you
that's
can't
what I
have
mean.
your
They don't-
doctor's office attached to a social office.
Right. So in
because,
most of
those
these
spaces
states
have to be separate. Yeah.
Right. So in most of these states, they're not saying so in these states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, California, Maine, Vermont, and Illinois, they're not saying you legally can't do any of this. They're just like, oh, you have to have a hospital. You have to have this. You have to. They start petitioning the government to add regulations in the name of safety to get rid of these healthcare lodge systems because they're driving prices down and they're making healthcare costs too cheap in America. One quote I have from the Journal of Michigan State Medical University, this evil is such a far-reaching one that any measures to suppress it are justifiable. Like these are doctors saying that any evil, any taxation, any law, all of it is justifiable because this is the greatest evil ever, right? Pennsylvania Medical Journal of 1904, the club doctor, which is like kind of like an insult that they would call them, like oh, you're a club doctor, right? Because they didn't want to like give them like a higher, better sounding name like Fraternal Order Society. Those are kind of like cool sounding names, so they call them the club doctor. The club doctor must be shut out of the profession. Many of these doctors, then they started going after the doctors with their medical associations. So what would happen is AMA and all these other local medical associations started saying, yeah, you can be a member of our association, but if you work for a health lodge, you're cut out. You'll never get any, so you can't get the loans we get. You can't get the support we get. You can't get rights to work in certain hospitals that require membership association. So they would destroy the careers of young doctors that were trying to build a practice working with healthcare lodges by making it impossible for them to ever be able to work in like private practice or in hospital settings and things like that.
Ironically, isn't this kind of close in time to like the robber barons and some kind of notoriously high capitalism activity, yet the regulations are targeting the fraternal orders populated by working class blue collar types.
Yeah, the entire robber baron myth was always a means of socialists trying to consolidate power with the rich and with corporations and with the state.
Yeah, and I suppose
talking to a libertarian.
Yeah, I suppose the justification is kind of similar to the ones we hear today, which is that they're going to come and say it's for your own good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we're doing it to help you.
So what ended up happening is there was a compromise, and the compromise it starts in 1886, but it doesn't really become like a big thing until like the 1910s. And this is the National Fraternal Congress. So what ends up happening is fraternal societies come together to consolidate their political power now, right? Because now we've got a lot of members, right? Like a third of us in this country are members, right? Like we're going to fight back against these doctors. Problem is that most of these people are not wealthy, powerful people. Most of these people are small town people, middle class people, etc. And they end up losing that fight and winning that fight. But the problem is they tried to compromise to keep it from becoming illegal. And so what ended up happening over time was because these doctors were going to the state to punish them, they tried to negotiate like standardized rates and rules. And so one of the things they did is they negotiated standardized rates in several states. Well, the problem is that this priced out the poor. because the standardized rates that they were doing, essentially minimum wage laws for healthcare lodges, were like, you know, $100 a year, which is like $3,000 a year. And so now all of a sudden the burgeoning beginning upper middle class and the wealthy can afford the healthcare lodge system, but the poor can't afford it, which gets rid of all of their collective power. And then all of a sudden, and there's a lot more history of regulation and stuff. I've kind of already talked too much about the history, but basically what ended up happening, bird's eye view, is that by the 1920s, the healthcare lodge system peaks. And then at the turn of the 1920s, all of the small fraternal societies and memberships die. All that's left is large ones. The rates start going up. They can no longer compete because of the standardized rates that they were forced to. They lose the main reason they were able to compete, which was low cost, by collectivizing, collective bargaining. And then they all end up dying, or they just turn into regular fraternal societies and memberships where they go into things like business, and then they die. By the time you get to 1930, they're kind of all gone. There is no more healthcare lodge system. It has been regulated out, and throughout the 1910s and the 1920s, you have state and federal kind of like rules and doctrines and little laws that are like hidden within a big omnibus. Omnibus bills weren't that popular in the 1910s, but you know what I mean, like little ride-alongs and things that give the AMA more and more power for accreditation. And then what ends up happening is medical students is halved in the 1910s and 1920s. So we lose about half of our doctors because the AMA gets the power to determine who can and can't be a doctor and what college can and can't. And so all of a sudden doctors start making a lot more money because the supply and demand equation has been artificially shifted. And then again, the healthcare lodge system can't keep up with insurance companies, et cetera. And then throughout the late 20s and the early 30s, we have a crisis now. And the crisis is only the wealthy can afford healthcare. Throughout the 1900s and the 1910s and the 1920s, the poor could afford healthcare. And then
when did we see the spike in union membership? Because eventually unions start, I don't want to say replacing, because they do something fundamentally different, and that might be a question we could talk about. But like, as unions rose in prominence, it would be unsurprising to me if I don't know the answer, but it'd be unsurprising if unions were not as big a factor during the lodge system, but then became a much bigger factor after the post-lodge system. And I guess there's a chicken and the egg question there.
Right. Like it's kind of, it really is. The two, they wax and wane simultaneously. I don't know that I could directly attribute it. That would be my intuition. David Beto does not make that argument. I have not seen Cato make that argument, or the very few people that are willing to report and research this. That would be my intuition, right? That as community membership drops, as fraternal societies begin to go away, as collective bargaining for healthcare goes away, and as the poor are no longer able to afford healthcare, and the elderly poverty rate is beginning to spike, and all of these problems are occurring, it makes a lot of sense that unions pick up the slack for disaffected people that feel like they're being exploited by the capitalists. When in fact they were being exploited by the government and the socialists, and that's why they no longer have healthcare. And this peaks to like a serious to 40%, right? The elderly poverty rate starts spiking because nobody's taking care of the elderly, because the Security Benefits Administration's dead by 1935. The Moose Lodge is one of the few that I think is still around in 35, but their rates are much, much higher, right? And so then all of a sudden we have a crisis, and all of a sudden, well, you know what? We can solve this crisis with Social Security. And that's the beginning that is the real, I think, death, the final nail in the coffin towards these struggling people, these struggling systems, is once Social Security comes in, now there is no need for this insurance policy for when you get older. And so there's just no value in it, because the elderly are no longer going to be a part of it. And so young people, they're not that concerned with their health and things like that, but they are concerned about what happens when they get old.
And another difference, just to compare and contrast the lodges and the unions, is that the lodges they're cross sector, right? So you're going to have people from different lines of work in a community together. Unions are sector specific. So unions are, by their nature, the workers versus the capital structure. And that's kind of what unions do.
And that's how the healthcare lodge system started. Just to remind you, it began with miners, but it quickly it began with miners that didn't have the money or the resources to go to a doctor, and the corporation, the robber barons, if you will, weren't giving them the means to have adequate access to healthcare all the time, right? And then they came together and this is kind of with unions, right? Is they came together to form the lodge system. And in the early days, these two things are tied together. The lodge system is very much with unions, but it very quickly shifts out of unions and goes into fraternal societies because it's much more effective in a fraternal society for all the reasons you mentioned, because it comes with communities, it comes with people, it's not just your workers, it's the people you live, it's your family, it's all of that. And it is the doctors too. It's everybody working collectively. So there's just more resources.
So again, and I know just because chat keeps saying things that I've said already, but I'm just going to say it again.
Well, I'm not reading your chat. So.
I know you can't, but I don't think anybody is suggesting that you could transplant the lodge system from 1890 or 1900 into today, and it would magically solve every problem we have. I think the utility of the history is understanding what did work previously, so that when we kind of enter the brainstorming section of the conversation, we're trying to pick out what was effective about this and what could be replicated and what would need to be done to replicate it, right?
Yeah.
Because there are elements that got teased out here, and maybe I'll just list a few that I think were really important. It's really important that it's not a valueless internet click thing. It's a real community with real people who actually know each other. It's really important that you had service providers within the community who were willing to provide a discount. Price transparency was hugely important. It was hugely important that you were able to, as we saw the fall of the lodge system, have a regulatory system that didn't just outlaw it or crush it or make it so inefficient that you had to look for alternatives. So, in kind of identifying the history, we start seeing the ingredients that might be useful to come up with something actionable today. Because if you look at these lodges today, some of them are in pretty dire straits. They're kind of social clubs. Well, they offer free beers on Fridays or something. They're not what they used to be.
I think a really good thing about all of that social community stuff is there's this really great book, and this is when the millennials are still children, right? And I think it helps bridge maybe the gap between these two times and generations and understanding the fall of American culture from a left-wing perspective, right? Which I think is always helpful. I don't tell my chat enough to read lefty shit. Because I'm still trying to teach them my shit, you know what I mean? I'm trying to give them a shield, right? But if you're there, you know what I mean, and you want a diverse opinion, there's a great book by Robert Putnam called Bowling Alone. Bowling Alone is an amazing look at the 80s and 90s and and how the creation of the suburb produced human capital, how the creation of people living in one community, working in another community, shopping in another community, right? The fall of human capital. He does not, in my opinion, nowhere near enough explore welfare systems and things like that a right-winger would really pay attention to. But city planning and civic engagement and religiosity and a lot of other things are discussed in detail in that book. And it is a great look at, how we became so disconnected. And that's the title Bowling Alone. He's talking about bowling alley clubs and how they're gone. right? Like it's like you're bowling alone. Like people aren't going to these fraternal societies. And I think he misdiagnoses the problem to a certain degree, but it's still a great way to flesh out a rounded approach to this.
And this is actually just to like put a bow on this and tie these disparate points together. I became really interested in this concept because just to be candid, I have some friends who are in kind of the VC startup world. And as people do when they are successful and make a lot of money on a startup, they want their next project to be, how do I make things better? How do they want to have some kind of positive impact. And a lot of the conversations that I was having with these people when they were kind of like pitching ideas or asking, legally, how can we do X, Y, and Z thing? They'd say like, well, we're worried about the lack of community in a digital society. We're worried about people feeling like they lack purpose. We're worried about healthcare. We're worried about education. We're worried about childcare. And one of the bells that rang for me was the conversations you and I had, which touched on the lodge system, right? And it's like the question becomes, we know that we as free people are able to scratch some of these itches if given the opportunity, but the challenges today are so different. People are inside. People don't join these kind of clubs. They should. They'd feel better. Their lives would be better, but they don't. They stay inside. They fucking post on Instagram. So how do we lure people out of their homes to a community center where you talk to someone in real life and you actually build this sort of relationship?
I'm going to grab
a system like this
I'm
work?
listening. I'm listening. I'm just very quickly. I'm going to grab a glass of water. I'm
Oh, sure. No problem. And I can monologue if you want me to. But I think that's one of the interesting questions for me, because I think we've all seen that people are kind of going a little crazy. And during COVID, they went big time crazy. And the more inside and online we are, the fucking crazier we get. And that makes any voluntary solution seem impossible, because how could you do a voluntary solution with a bunch of fucking crazy people? And the answer is that you can't really. You have to get them outside and touch grass and into a community where the community norms the behavior and makes people sane again.
Yeah, so there's this quote from Hayek in Road to Serfdom, chapter 4, and it's just a couple words, and I think it perfectly describes my whole argument. Centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. When you have a central state monopoly on taking care of people, it gets rid of that itch very inefficiently. And without that itch that you're talking about, people are no longer incentivized to connect with people. It has gotten rid of the necessity for connection, because go to work, pay my taxes, I'll be taken care of, I'll be fine, I'll get my Social Security, and then, I'll put some money somewhere, and like I can go home and I can play video games. I no longer need a community. When the elderly aren't taken care of by the state automatically, when you don't have a free life insurance, when you don't have a Social Security, when you don't have a minimal retirement plan, when you don't have, all of these safety nets that the government guarantees you, now you have an itch that you need to scratch. Okay. What if something bad happens? Well, the left says, exactly. What if something bad happens? That's why we need to fix that. We need a social safety net. And what they don't realize is that when you give the social safety net, you get rid of the incentive for community-driven solutions. There's no incentive when 95% of people are like, well, if I get cancer, I'll be fine. I mean, I won't be rich or anything, but whatever, it'll work. Somebody else will, somebody will pay for it, etc. If, when I get old, if I lose all my money in gambling or something, at least I'll have Social Security. I have all of these things. I have this social safety net that says I'll never fall fully. And so because of that, there's no itch that says, I've got to get to the church. I've got to get to the local community center. I've got to meet people. I've got to start a business. I got to take what money I have, especially when all your money's taken too, by the way, right? We discussed that in the very beginning because it's a really important part of the conversation. When like half or more of your wealth is stolen from you, this is devastating to young men, because what young men need is pussy. Young men want pussy. They want pussy, all right? That's the secret to like all of human civilization is young men are like, how do I get pussy? Okay? And for thousands of years, the way that young men get pussy is they go out and they start a business or they do something. Now, obviously, in, ancient times, they go and they fucking raid a village, right? But like in a free market system, right? In a capitalist system, how do you get pussy? Well, we found a way to make it
useful.
Right. We found a way to make it to where you don't raid another village to gain resources and capture a wife. What you do is you go out, you accumulate resources, you get a home. And then once you have a home and you have a job and you have a business, all the women start looking at you and going, this guy's got a home and he's got a job and he's got a business. And then the women say, that's my retirement plan. This man is going to do great things. This man is going to love me. This man has his head on straight and he achieves things. And your wealth was not just a mark of your class. It was a mark of your behavior, because a young man from the local village that had a house built already and had a farmstead was a man that worked to achieve things. Now, wealth is a measure of connections and nepotism and what bullshit college degree you got. Or like what it's much less tied to your character. And what you have is you have a lot of young men that go, why the fuck am I going to work 60 hours a week when it barely makes any fucking difference? I'm never going to own a home. I'm not going to be able to start a business. I'm not going to be able to do it. So we have all of these breakdowns. We've gotten all of these social safety nets come with a cost. And the cost is it has destroyed capital accumulation amongst young men. And the other cost is that it has destroyed the itch that required us to congregate together and form communities to collectively solve these problems by getting rid of the necessity to do that. Centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. And so the real question is we actually have to rip the Band-Aid off in order to heal the wound. We have an infected wound and we keep putting more Band-Aids on it. And the only answer is to rip the Band-Aid off so that we can actually deal with the fucking wound.
And so, I often use like an analogy about bulldozers and builders when I talk about politics. Like right now we're in a, I wouldn't call it a pure populist, but like a semi-populist moment. So there's not a lot of building, but there is a bulldozer. So there's a willingness to tear down some of these structures. I don't think they're going to get torn down to an extent that would make you happy, but I think they'll get, on the margins, at least there'll be some chipping away.
Brother, I'm starting from zero. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have anything that I want. If you tear down some shit, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to stop fighting to tear down more shit, but I'll be happy, brother.
But the worry I have is, let's say you do something that I personally think would be a good idea, like getting rid of the Department of Education. That strikes me as a very good idea. But when you do that,
which was created under the Carter administration, by the way, people seem to have this weird belief that like the Department of Education's been here for 150 years. Like, how could we ever do schooling without it? But it's like, dude, the boomers were all educated with no Department of Education, and everyone before them.
But then something goes wrong, right? You bulldoze it. Inevitably, there's some unforeseen consequence. There always is. Something breaks. And then we could fix it. But the problem is, in a political cycle, when something breaks, that's when the re-centralization happens, right? So
the government almost always uses crisis to consolidate power.
Exactly. There needs to be builders who are kind of following the bulldozer and saying, oh, you bulldoze that? I'm not talking about government builders. I'm talking about like private sector. Like, you bulldoze that? Well, that's fantastic. I've got an education solution I've been itching to try. I've got a healthcare solution I've been itching to try. What do you mean?
I think it's the opposite. The way that I view the state as a libertarian, right, is I view it like a game of Jenga. You have to pull out the right pieces in the right order. If you pull out the wrong piece at the wrong time, the whole thing collapses. And then what you get is you get crisis, and then the government consolidates power. So the actual answer is you need the builders before you need the bulldozer. And the way that you get the builders before you get the bulldozer is the main primary focus is we have to focus on regulations that stop the builders from being able to build. That way we can have a competitive market between the private and the public sector. And then when we get rid of the public sector, the private is already there to immediately grab grab what's going on. So for example, I don't want to, I would love to bulldoze the whole fucking government, right? I'm terrified of what would happen, right? But, but if that button's in front of me, I'm pushing it because it's all evil and it's all theft, right? But what I'm advocating for in a successful way, the way that I think libertarianism actually comes about, is we get rid of all of these things. So let's talk about some of these things very quickly. I'm just going to list them off. I have a list here of some of these really egregious things that are keeping direct primary care clinics, healthcare sharing ministries, and concierge medicine facilities from being able to meaningfully compete. So we have to get rid of a whole bunch of insurance regulations and classification regulations, right? They have fixed fees, right? We need to get rid of fixed fees. We need to get rid of regulations that have mandates for reserves, like I was telling you about, right? Where you have to have a certain amount of money on hand in order to be able to care certain things, right? So long as they're not fraudulently saying, we guarantee if you need a heart transplant, you can get a heart transplant, right? We should be legally allowed for specifically healthcare sharing ministries, right? To be able to say, look, we'll try and take care of your healthcare needs. We can guarantee, that we'll take care of your doctor's visits and pregnancies and things like that. We can't guarantee open heart surgery or neurosurgery and things like that. Right now, they're not allowed to even engage in those things, because what happens at healthcare sharing ministries when they're large, right, is very often what they do is they do two types of funding. One is the initial fee and the other is charity. So what happens is you pay an initial fee that's fairly cheap to get your regular services provided. And then the other thing that you do is that like someone has a really big expensive bill, and then they go, hey, you guys know Sandra? Sandra's a really important member of the church. Okay. Can we collect, who's got money? Who can give us $50, $100, whatever you've got to help Sandra out. Right. And so those systems are regulated that they can't, we need to allow them to be able to do that. So in 34 states, they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do hey, Sandra has this problem, can we donate? But in other states, they're called safe harbor states. In states that aren't safe harbor states, you legally can't start taking donations for Sarah, because then that puts you into this place where you have to have this massive amount of money on end, because you get into this fraudulent thing where you're saying that you can take care of services that you can't take care of. Right. That's just one of the things that stops them in multiple states.
That's really interesting because, we've seen the rise of GoFundMe, right? And I guess GoFundMe skirts those rules because they don't promise you shit.
They do that. They'll set up a separate GoFundMe and then talk about it at the church, but it's not tied to the thing. So some of these churches have found loopholes for sure. Right. But having to find loopholes instead of just being able to do it makes it harder for people to trust. It makes it harder for people to get into these systems. Right. It's just one barrier. Another huge barrier.
The other problem with GoFundMe, just to name it, is that GoFundMe does the opposite of what a community-based solution does, where the community-based solution encourages you to have deep ties within your community for mutual support. The GoFundMe solution encourages you to have done something that made you internet infamous, such that the GoFundMe is successful.
It's not pro-social behavior.
On a playground is going to get you a big GoFundMe, right? But that it doesn't necessarily it doesn't necessarily incentivize the kind of behavior we're looking to incentivize. Is the other problem, right? It's like it solves a current problem by feeding into a larger societal problem.
But yeah, so just like to name a few things, because I don't think it actually matters that we go into the details of each one, just to recognize what some of these problems are. ACA mandates, none of these alternative systems qualify. So legally, you have to have health insurance alongside your health insurance because it's not health insurance. So if you do these healthcare ministry things, you don't have health insurance. So you have to pay this extra tax burden because you don't qualify for the ACA to be legally mandated to have health insurance.
And the ACA eliminated the kind of plans that would be compatible with this, because the kind of plans that really healthy young people used to get were like the $50 a month. It covers one primary care visit a year, and you've got like a fucking $5K deductible, $10K deductible. It's basically for catastrophic emergencies, which would make sense because, as you said earlier, the lodge might not be able to cover your heart transplant. Right. That might, you might want catastrophic insurance on top of the lodge system, but then you might not be as worried about the deductible because you're getting stuff cheap. So paying for it out of pocket's not that bad, and the community's chipping in. Right. So like these things could work together, but that plan is now illegal.
Another thing is tax parity, right? So you can write off health care costs associated with health insurance in your taxes. You can't do it with these other systems. That's a huge deal, right?
That's a big deal.
And these systems, they're paying full price for everything. I mean, they're negotiating with hospitals just like insurance companies do, but they're not getting these tax exemptions. There's a lot of like fraud laws and anti-kickback laws and things like that are like I'll let smarter policymakers figure out what works there and what doesn't work there. And this is what I mean by Jenga, because here's the last one. Medicare reimbursement. I do not want to give Medicare reimbursement to new systems. I want to get rid of Medicare reimbursement. But I can't get rid of Medicare reimbursement until we've got all these other systems that work, because it's going to balloon the cost of these pharmacy care manager working with an insurance. It's going to increase insurance premiums. Like, they're going to go through the fucking roof. Healthcare costs are going to go through the fucking roof unless there's already a large body of alternative systems where healthcare costs are much cheaper. Because what is occurring is that these people get, if you're using money from these systems, you're paying the full price. But if you're insured and then you're in Medicare because you're elderly or you're disabled or whatever, right, then the government is going to pay in part through these systems. And the insurance company is going to be reimbursed through Medicare for paying. So the state has created this system where the insurance companies have this massively lower price because of Medicare reimbursements, which artificially raises the price on everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because all of the competition is an artificially higher price because they're competing without Medicare reimbursements.
So the problem is there's no plug and play solution here for like the issues of the day. Like, for example, like if the ACA subsidies lapsed, it's not like we could, even with a magic wand, spring this lodge system into place and solve that problem, because the market that the ACA subsidies is targeting is such a weird particularized market that is subject to so many regulatory issues that I don't think you could be price competitive in that market right now, especially compared to the subsidized price that ACA market people are getting right now, which is not at all the price that of their insurance should logically cost. I mean, if you're paying $20 a month for insurance, that's hard to compete with.
Not really. If you do the research, there are direct primary care facilities that deal with that have essentially subscription models where you go to that doctor to be your primary care doctor and take care of most of your medical needs. And these range typically from $50 to $150 a month. They don't cover your catastrophic things, but they are already fairly price competitive with a lot of insurance plans. So getting rid of the ACA would immediately drop that price. I mean, what is the ACA tax? What is it, like 600 something last I checked? How much?
Yeah, though I was talking about the subsidies that are being paid directly to the insurance companies, which is part of the shutdown fight, which is a different thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you said okay, yeah. But just getting rid of the mandate, right? How much is the tax if you don't?
I thought it was $750, but I could be misremembering.
Yeah, I'm just want to know the exact amount. Tax cuts and jobs eliminated in 2019, but so federally, right? New Jersey, the fine is calculated using either flat rate or percentage of income, so it might be $750 for you in New Jersey. Massachusetts is the same thing. DC is $695 per adult or 2.5% of income, whichever's higher. California is $900 per adult and $450 per child. Yeah, so it's different from state to state because I think they actually did get rid of the tax penalty, but but there's like a weird loophole. I'd have to go back into it, right? Because I didn't do much research on this specific question. I think you don't qualify. I think you don't qualify for certain exemptions if you don't have the thing, right? So like you're not actually
it's super complicated because it started with a mandate that was enforced, and then the mandate got struck down. So they still ask the question about whether you have insurance when you file your taxes, and states can do different things, but the ACA mandate itself no longer applies. For a few years, you really could get a federal tax burden for not having insurance. Now,
right,
it's kind of a more nuanced answer.
Like I don't think it applies to the earned income credit for children or dependents, right? But I think there are certain tax credits that you can't get if you don't have health insurance.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't know the answer, but that would
and then
make
there are
sense.
States, and then obviously, as I showcase, there are states that are doing it. But regardless of any of this stuff, right? Getting rid of we have to get rid of regulations and costs that are negatively impacting or increasing the costs of these systems, so that we can support them. Another thing that we've got to do if we want to lower healthcare costs, right, and allowed building, is we absolutely have to get rid of regulations on pharmacies. There are a ton of regulations on pharmacies that are creating the drugs we use in hospitals. And one of the things, and this is a like kind of what happened? My music cut off for some reason. Is my stream good? Okay, we're good. Yo, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it, Shadow Warden. So like when it comes to pharmacies, one of the things that will happen is these pharmacies have this really weird relationship with insurance companies. And you see this semi-often, right? It's not common, but it's not rare, right? Where the pharmacies will charge this rate. And then what insurance companies will do is, because there's these regulations that like kind of require them to charge this rate, they'll then go to the government and they'll have them investigated for fraud because they're charging too high of a rate. And then and then what they can do, because they don't want to play ball with certain, it's really complicated. There's a guy, I can't remember his name, that has a great video. If I can find the video, it's like a 2-hour discussion of how this process works. And so like I'm at the limit of my understanding, but basically pharmacies are under this constant threat that large insurance companies can go and have them essentially investigated by the government. And just the threat of an impending investigation basically makes it impossible for them to sell any other things. And then pharmacy care managers will then come in and offer them a below market price to sell out their pharmacy. And then they're no longer in this position of like being under investigation, because the pharmacy care managers are going to transfer the ownership and deal with this problem. And so you can get out of this pseudo like being investigated state that makes it impossible to do business. And so they shut down pharmacies that are engaged in alternatives to like genetic testing or production of polypeptides, and and things that, as opposed to like for example, let's say you're a woman going through menopause, right? There's like a potato cream, like a sweet potato cream that you can buy and have your insurance company buy, and it's like hundreds of dollars. But you can just get the same basic thing from certain pharmacies for like an astronomically less cost. But then those pharmacy care managers will go after those places for having this competition and say that it's unsafe medication because they have a patent on this new medication, but the new medication is just hormones. They're naturally occurring in the world, right? Like you can't like a lot of medication is just hormones. It's, steroids or like you go to endocrinologists and they'll have like these two different things for you. And like one is just a set of hormones, like they're naturally occurring. You can't patent hormones, right? Humans didn't create them. And yet they'll create some medicine, and then that medicine becomes patented and protected. And then they'll go after and attack and shut down pharmacies that are their competitors because they have this IP protection on this much more expensive medication. Like again, it's a Jenga. There's so many things we have to start picking apart so that we can make community-driven collective systems competitive with insurance companies before we can get rid of things like Medicare reimbursement and government systems that ostensibly lower the price of healthcare costs, when in reality it is the massive involvement of the state that has made healthcare costs so much higher than they should be.
So this is kind of an interesting example, right? Because, okay, the pharmacy market, let's say, is overregulated, and let's take that as a given because it's complicated, right?
Right.
But then
I'm not an expert in that shit, right? Yeah. Like I know the history of the healthcare lodge system very well. I know libertarian philosophy very well. I don't know fucking pharmacies, medication and shit like that very well.
I'm not an area of expertise of mine either. But let's just take it as a given, right? That it's overregulated, right? When you propose deregulating the pharmacy, right? I can already hear it, right? You say like, oh, we got to get rid of this regulation. They're like, well, don't you remember the opioid crisis? Don't you remember all these people who died at fucking pill mill? Doesn't matter if it has anything to do with it, right? Like the problem with and I guess this is where I get hung up, is that I'm very pro deregulation, but I'm already pro deregulation as kind of almost like a moral issue. Mm-hmm. When you get into the weeds, though, on trying to deregulate something in particular, the burden is always deeply on you to make the argument, because the other side's going to say, holy shit, the kids are going to die. The fucking kids are going to die, Scott. You don't give a shit about the dead kids? Fuck you,
let's
Scott.
look at pharmacies,
the kids are dying, right?
So
it's tough.
Yeah. So here's one of the things that we can talk about with pharmacies. Pharmacies that are American-based, that make like polypeptides and like make like hormone supplement, that make like basic medication, like the steroids you were talking about from a local pharmacy, right? These places get random inspections from the government regularly. Okay? And it's like, okay, these regulations are like, oh, isn't that great? But here's the thing. Much like with Deep Horizon, where the oil rigs, right? Certain companies don't have to worry about that. And they don't have to worry about that when the medication is produced in India. So you have a lot of large corporations and drug manufacturers that have all of their stuff in India. Now, granted, some of the compounds are made in China, and then what they do is they then ship them to be combined in India or in Canada, which is like weird, right? But in India, there are so many horror stories where regulators let them know a month in advance that they're going to be inspected. And even with that, they'll go to a factory and nobody's wearing shoes and they're on dirt floors, and that's where your medication is being like produced. And in America, they have clean laboratories, right? Like they have what are those chambers called? That was
hypoallergenic.
Oh my God. Yeah, like those. You know what I'm talking about. I just can't. They're the clean rooms. I just can't remember the official name of the clean rooms.
Yeah, I got you.
Right, Like in America, they're in clean rooms in like wearing masks and wearing like, fucking mop gear. And where most of the large corporations are making your medication is in India, where they're in some fucking humid environment with fucking people that are like barefoot in India that are working like, for fucking pennies on pennies on the dollar from Americans to like put together your medication that then gets shipped and sold here in America. But so these big corporations love adding all these regulations because the regulations are not designed to actually affect them. They don't affect large corporations. They only affect small pharmacies here in America where people are actually following the regulations. And so it's like the regulation is actually a means of protecting the large corporation so that the large corporation can poison you with sickness. People do get sick from medication and cross-contamination, and it happens all the time, and it doesn't get reported as it being like you got something from a pill that you took that is your regular medication because nobody is even concerned with tracking that shit.
Well, can I give you I'm not disagreeing, but I think an even simpler version of the same story. At one point, one of my buddies in law, we were talking to a bunch of very well-to-do, kind of famous law firm partners, and these guys make a lot of money. They do a lot of big work, and they're all. This group was very, very left-leaning. So the conversation was very lefty political, and then afterwards, my buddy was like, it didn't occur to me till right now, but like all these guys who they're these lawyers and they're so pro the left, they're so pro regulation, they're so pro all the solutions they want for X, Y, and Z thing. But
they're corporate lawyers for PP.
When it comes time to fight, like to make a business work, they're going to get called by those same businesses to solve the problems that the regulations are causing. That's what they do for a living. So I kind of question their motivation, right? And that's kind of what it is, where it doesn't even need to be that the big company can skirt the regulation in some kind of outrageous way. It's that big companies can hire people like me, and people like me, they can afford for me to solve their regulatory problems.
It's economies of scale. Hiring a couple lawyers on retainer isn't that big of a deal if you're a multinational billion, trillion, tens of $billion corporation. It's not the same thing for a mom and pop, pharmacy.
Exactly. So like part of the problem there is that just like big companies like regulations because it gives them a competitive advantage when faced with smaller companies, which is, I think, just a fact. Like that's how most big companies operate, because you can, look, if you can afford good enough lawyers, you can work a lot of magic. Let's be honest.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about or touch on? I've been streaming for a while, and then I've also streamed on another stream earlier today. So I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add. But if there was a specific question, something you were thinking about that might spark something,
So this is the overarching question, I think.
Right? The overarching.
We talked about the history. We talked about the problems. We talked about the regulatory issues. We talked about the benefits. We talked about the pros and cons. If you were going to try to relaunch some kind of voluntary cooperative effort tomorrow, right? What would be the hook to draw people in? Would it be values? Would it be healthcare? Would it be education? Maybe it's like a daycare thing. You get cheap childcare if you're a lodge member.
So I'm the business owner.
Yeah. You're starting, we already have the Order of the Moose. You want to start the Order of the Swan, right? Like what are you doing to bring people into the door today, given that the world's so different and there are these regulations? Like, we're not going to snap our fingers and get rid of them. Like, what's a problem that we could solve cooperatively today in your estimation?
I don't know that there is the will or the capacity to really engage in a voluntary community-based system. And because there's so much social safety net situations that exist that have destroyed, like I said earlier, the itch for that. So you would have to do it from a purely business-driven perspective. It would have to be a cost mechanism. because I can't solve American culture has been destroyed by 100 years of socialism as a local business owner. You know what I mean? It's like not possible. It's I mean, like I'm doing that every day right now and I am a nobody. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's my current life goal, right? And it's like, you know what I mean? So I'm already kind of failing at that. If my goal was to actually like achieve that, you know, in the next few years or something. So what I would almost certainly do like what they're doing in Louisiana, especially, but in a lot of other places, which is direct primary care facilities, right? Which is you essentially are a patient first, but you are doing a subscription model system. That is the market that I would continue to get into. And I would yeah, I don't know that I can do a better job than those people that are fighting that way right now. Is looking at, because their costs are cheaper than even right now than most insurance plans. But you still have to get an insurance plan to deal with catastrophic issues.
Yeah,
right?
that's interesting. That's interesting though, because I could imagine that tying in, right? Like if you're like, our organization has a DCP. So, because like people in my chat are saying that they love their DCP, right? That they think it's $70 a month, they unlimited visits, it's a really good bargain for them. So, like if you tied those things in together, I wonder if there's some special sauce there. Because part of the magic is the community, right? And I think there's a pitch there about values. You need to have a community that people want to join that has a value proposition that they align with, right? You got to be, it can't be value neutral, because if it is, then it's just going to be a little business competing against a big business, which is tough. But if there's something that people want to join,
we have an infected wound, and you're offering to treat the infection through a Band-Aid. Like you're gonna hit a wall, right? Like, and the wall is that, unfortunately, like, I don't want to blackpill too much because I think there is hope to reverse this, but unfortunately, there is not an itch for that community-driven system other than the niche, like healthcare ministries, right? There are a few people that feel an itch to get closer to God, and there is, you know, Gen Z is the first generation since like the second Great Awakening, right? Which is a long fucking time ago. Okay. In US history, where church attendance is higher than their parents, right? Church attendance amongst Gen Z is higher than it is amongst millennials and Gen X. And so maybe in the future we can see more healthcare ministry if that trend continues. I'm not a Christian, you know what I mean? Like, that's not my solution. I'm an objectivist. But like, you know, those two systems, but you asked like, what would I do? Right. I think the DCPs are a great system, but if you want a community driven system in our current situation, you're either going through the church or you're gonna have to rip off all these Band-Aids so that people feel the need for community. Because like right now, go to any major city in America and go into an apartment building and start knocking on doors and saying, "Hi, I'm your neighbor," and see the fucking looks you're gonna get.
No, that's not going to go well.
Right. You know what I mean? Well. Like, statistically speaking, you're going to get your ass beat at some point, because you're going to be like, what the fuck are you doing at my door? Right? Like, there isn't that itch, because the government has already promised to take care of all of the emergencies. So there isn't a need for that connection. And then social media fills this void with this, you know, this less effective, this like less effective panacea of lack of social connection.
It's nothing. Yeah. Okay. I know you've been going a long time, and I've really appreciated the chance to pick your brain, because this is something I'm trying to put some pieces together.
No, I love having chats with you as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So once I do, I might want to run it by you, but right now I'm still kind of in the planning phases, and I'll keep it a little close to the vest for now. But I had a really critical question from chat that I can't resist asking. If you had to pick your top 3 most bad faith debaters on the internet. Who you got? You're drafting the most bad faith debaters on the internet.
Clarifying question. Are we dealing with like are we thinking about clout at all? Right? Are we thinking at all like as chat, are we thinking about like the level of like being seen, right? Or is it just purely based off of individual interactions?
Oh, I would include clout to the extent it's part of the bad faith interaction, because that is part of it, right? Like if you're debating somebody who's got like a huge, like when I debate Destiny, like part of his tactics is like he has this huge platform and he knows damn well that there are like things I can't do because when I did them, he banned me, right? So now I'm banned and I can't have another debate with him. But like there is like a game that gets played there, which I think is part of it, right? Because like,
right,
yeah,
I mean, I hate Destiny.
Part of it.
I hate Destiny for a multitude of reasons, and he is very bad faith, but I don't think he's one of the most bad faith.
I would agree. With that
think
for sure.
I think he's a piece of shit human being that should be buried under the jail for a multitude of reasons. I think he's a horrible fucking person. But in terms of just like as a debater, right? I mean, I've met worse. So in no particular order, let's see. Jay Dyer is one of them for sure. He's an incredibly bad faith debater. He will change positions that he has held like just 2 months ago just to win the debate and say that he will spew and interrupt and just go on about like with this sophistry of like references to like obscure Orthodox shit that you don't know about because you're not like, you haven't been an Orthodox person for 20 years, right? Like he is incredibly bad faith. So he would in no particular, he's definitely one of them. You probably won't, I'm trying to think. Soypilled is definitely one of them. But Soypilled is the master of, like, you know, that Millennial Woes quote, right? Where it's hilarious how leftist interaction is pretending to not understand a thing and then thus making communication impossible. He does his bad faith is like the inability to grasp anything in the hopes that you'll say something that he can subvert eventually, because you're trying to explain a basic concept to him 10 different ways. And then eventually, because you're trying to explain something 10 different ways, you'll say something wrong because you're just trying to communicate with a retard. And then he'll attack that thing that you're saying wrong and be like, see, I won. And then his audience will be like, see, he won, he got you. But it's literally just him pretending to not understand the most basic of shit, so that he can then get you to say something dumb.
He was arguing with me on X today because I was saying that he's an insane person because the follow-up take to the one I gave earlier, that was that Wick asked him if Joe Biden, but no, Wick didn't ask him, he volunteered. If Joe Biden had come into his house and essayed his family at gunpoint, he still would have voted for him, was the point he made. And I'm like, you're defending this point? And then when I tried to get him to, when I was trying to talk about it, he's like, well, you know, like, if you could, if you had a choice between, you know, somebody who, you know, killed someone in your family or Hitler in an election,
Stacey.
who are you voting for? And I was like, come on, bro. Like, yeah, it's this inability to just admit, like, I just said something crazy and everyone knows it was crazy. And now I'm going to double down on like not understanding the common sense aspect of this. Like, yeah, like if somebody broke into your house and essayed your entire family, you probably shouldn't vote for them. That's not like a weird moral connection.
I think I've been thinking about it. Because I've been trying to figure out who to put. So I think Jay Dyer might be my number one. Soypill might be my number two. And then I want to do a 3-way tie for number 3, which will be Steven Crowder, which I haven't personally debated him, but every time I see him, he's just horrifically bad faith. Second Thought, I have debated him quite a few times in the past. And he's a much smarter version of Soypilled. right? Like, which is he is a communist hiding all of his communist shit. And I debated him a lot back in the day on like, maybe not a lot, but a couple of times on like DEI, CRT shit. And like, and he would like do everything he could to be like define wokeness or define Marxist. And then he would be like, see, what you should have said is that it can't be accurately defined because your definition is in all, like he tries to play and confuse the audience and demand definitions from you. So Steven Crowder's second thought, and then infrared or has. Infrared or has is
I forgot about him. I forgot about him.
I've debated him a couple times. He's nice though. If you're nice to him, he's nice. But he's very much like he's just so much sophistry to like not talk about anything anytime you make a good point. If you make a good point with infrared, he will just wax and wane poetically about some completely irrelevant shit that's barely tied to anything so that he doesn't have to answer any questions or acknowledge that you made a good point. And then what ends up happening is you get lured in to like having this friendly conversation about random shit that he talked about. And then you forget, you'll forget that like he's just been spouting contradictory nonsense for like an hour. And then you're just like, cool. So you didn't answer any of my fucking questions. You didn't make any real points. And now everyone is, chimping out that you owned me. So those are my top 5 with a 3-way tie on number 3.
Well, I've got to adjust to the internet space. A lot of these problems that you've identified are policed by judges in my day job. But man, honestly, I always enjoy our conversations.
Me as well. I love having these discussions as opposed to these like debate.
Yeah, I know. No. Well, the thing is, I think we actually, I'm not an anarcho-objectivist, but we share a lot of first principles. And where we disagree, I think it actually would be fun to have a heated conversation someday. But for now, I think we're more or less on the same page in so many areas that it makes more sense to kind of like gather the arguments and put plans together than to highlight our differences, though I think it would be good content to do that one of these days. Also,
I love hardcore debating.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, I enjoy hardcore debates, right? But there is this constant push-pull that I have where it's like, do I shoot my own foot by like constantly trying to attack, like liberty-minded right-wingers, right? Like, am I like I don't want to be those people that is just like, nobody's pure enough for me, constantly gatekeeping. At the same time, it is also important for me to contrast my ideology and my principles, against the right as well. But it's like, I'd rather go after fucking like, Christian nationalists and far right people and, MAGA, which are just, retarded socialists. And you know what I mean? Like if I'm going to attack anybody on the right, because they're actively working against my beliefs, right? Like liberty-minded conservatives, like Rob Knorr, for example, he's not actively working against me. Is he simp for Trump every now and then? Yeah, sure. But we're both headed in the same direction. But he's getting off on the first stop, and I'm going all the way to the end of the, all the way to the end of to the last train station. And so it's just like, is it really helpful for me to go after somebody like you? It's like, yeah, it could be fun, but it's just like I've got like a lot of other enemies right now.
Well, also, I think it would be, the other problem I have, I kind of, on some level, I think it would be fun, but I'm not sure if it would be good content. It would either be the best or the worst content, because like our areas of disagreement would be something along the lines of, is objectivism or Scottish common sense moral realism a better worldview? Which is like, I think that would be wildly entertaining for me and probably for you. But I think that's like, that might be the end of the list. Like, it's so esoteric that I'm not even positive that there's an audience.
See, that would do better. That'd do better on my channel than it would on yours. You know what I mean? Because I have a lot of fucking autistic nerds on my channel, just by virtue of being an anarcho-capitalist.
I just boomered out so hard. I just learned how to change the Discord pane so it's like better for my stream. I've had it in this fucking terribly optimized window the whole time. This is unbelievable. Everyone's gonna fucking laugh at me now. Okay, well that happened. But
now I understand why you were like, Discord's so awful, and I'm like, it's if you have a green screen, you have to run it through like a virtual cam. That sucks, but you don't even have a green screen. I was like, what the fuck does he care about Discord?
No,
now I realize you've had it in a small fucking window this whole time.
I'm just boomering. No, I had it in a fucking stupid thing. So like my video was small and yours was big, and it was like fucking ridiculous looking. So I just fixed it, and now I feel
grid
dumb for
view.
doing that
You
at
just
the
figured
very
out
end
grid
of the
view.
conversation. Yeah, just like
You've been in grid
now,
view over here the whole
Yeah.
time. For the record,
Just like
we've been the same size side by side.
in real time, in front of a live audience. I figured out basic internet technology.
No,
So that's
hold on,
good.
pause. Your chat sucks, dude. Hold on, pause. You guys, you better be donating this motherfucker money because you let this motherfucker do an entire Discord stream with just my giant face. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Do better. Shame. For shame.
Hey.
No,
Everyone
it
loves
is
her.
the responsibility of Gen Z viewers that want to get the knowledge of Gen X and millennial and boomer streamers, all right, to facilitate them and their bullshit issues, but please don't engage in audio shit because then you'll get a bunch of trolls. Never listen to your chat when they're talking about audio.
To be fair to my chat, though, I would have appreciated the heads up chat, and now they're giving advice. So thanks. Now they're doing it. But my channel is tiny. It is not yet monetized. It is weirdly.
How many viewers you got right now? You just went mute.
Oh, sorry. I have 10 now. I last night it was like 20. So let's call it an average of like 15.
That's not bad. I mean, that's that's enough for an active chat of like, in the peak time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It will get monetized quickly because the hours aren't a problem because there's viewership. What I do need though is fucking subs. So I'm going to do my pitch now. If you're in fucking Fabian's chat and you haven't subbed to me, shame on you. Who's going to tell me my text back?
DM me in the group right now the link to your YouTube.
Zero fucks. Could you?
Zero fucks, you bitch. You're not in my chat, you fucking traitor.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's in my chat.
Okay, well, so Zero Fucks, since I've already called you out, could you send him my link, just so I don't have to fucking boomer it up right now?
Yeah, fucking
Otherwise, I'll send-
clicking the address bar and then fucking Control C and then Control V. So fucking difficult. Fuck it. Quickly.
I sent it to you
quickly.
I sent it to you on X because I don't want to fucking fuck with Discord because it's a share screen.
Oh my god.
But anyway, the other thing we should
No,
do.
you didn't.
I sent it to you on X.
You sent me a paste of the stream title. Hold on, I'll figure it out. Don't even worry about it. I'll find you.
I can do this when I'm not trying to multitask. It'll be better. But the other thing we should do before I like just implode in my boomerism.
Give him a sub, but do not sub to his channel if you're not going to watch his channel. I think it's great content. He does a lot of interviews and debates or like with like random people. He doesn't do like the reaction stream shit, but if you just want to like get the occasional thing, but please do not sub to his channel if you're never going to watch his shit. That'll kill him in the algorithm, right? Only sub to him if you actually plan to cut the notifications on and watch it. But also, I suggest that you do that you give him a sub. But remember, just subbing for no reason and then never clicking the notifications on YouTube will harm him in the algorithm. But you should watch his shit and you should sub.
I appreciate that. I think that if you enjoy Scott's stuff, you're probably going to enjoy my stuff and vice versa. Like we have our takes are different, but I think that there's a lot of synergy and overlap there, as we already noted when I called out Zero Fucks. So there you go.
All right,
the
boys.
other thing we should do though, at some point, 2v2 debate on the same team. Let's make that happen also.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I mean, who would you want, and what are you trying to debate?
I'm throwing it out there long term. Like I'll find somebody who wants to argue some true stated stuff, and we can go to town.
Yeah, I mean, if you find something that you find really objectionable that you think a libertarian would agree with you on, then just like, and there's like at least one person, then just DM me, and then I'll reach out to like, I don't know, like Sarah at Raging Tomato or, Prime or Wick, or you probably you have better connections with Wick than I do. Wick, I don't think Wick hates me or anything. I think he just doesn't know how to moderate me.
Well,
be honest.
Wick might be mad at me because I teed off on erudite recently, so that might I don't know, but
Fuck that bitch.
I think we're okay.
Fuck that bitch. Fuck not so erudite. I hate that bitch. I hate that. I've hated. I'm so happy that more people hate Not So Erudite now, because when she first started and she had like 2 viewers on her first stream, and then she had like 10 viewers on her second stream, and then Destiny was like, "Ooh, a hot girl I'm trying to fuck," and then brought her on, and then she instantly like just had 100 viewers forever. And then like she came in with this mommy dom fucking like weird, like flirty, I'm an enlightened centrist energy. And I immediately picked up, I was like, this bitch is a snake. I know she's a snake. I don't like this bitch. Everybody was like, why don't you like Not So Erudite? That's fucked up. I'm so happy more people are like, nah, fucking Ghislaine Maxwell for Destiny's a fucking problem. All right. Cause she tried to negotiate keeping people out of the court system so she could cover up for Destiny's sex pest and these bullshit. And because she's a lying, grifting sack of shit that takes corporate money from from fucking different donor class billionaires to spread leftist bullshit and pretend like she's fucking reasonable. I'm so fucking glad that everybody now is like, fuck this bitch. Fuck that bitch.
Well, if you haven't seen it, I had a hilarious like fucking 4.5, 5-hour conversation with her where I had reached out about specific topics we were going to talk about. Yeah. And over the course of the conversation, it became very clear that she had no interest in discussing either of the topics we agreed to, and instead was going to stealth debate / struggle session me by coming up with like a really bizarre caricature of what she thought my philosophic views were, and then claim that all my other beliefs were irrational because I wasn't living up to this kind of like strange straw man philosophy she ascribed to me. And you can see me going from like really, really polite bridge building mode to I'm going to burn this motherfucker down mode in real time. And just be going from like very, very like overtly polite to just like genuinely hostile as the conversation plays out. It's a wild ride.
These people are all lying grifters, all of them. There are very few genuine people in this space. I'm a professional bridge burner. That is why I've been around for so long and fucking peak at like 80 viewers on like a good stream. All right. It's because I am a professional bridge burner. But I'm going to DebateCon. That should be fun. Maybe I'll make some friends. Yeah. Deuces. I'll see you around. We'll schedule a 2v2 or something at some point. I got to get some fucking I got to get some snacks and get some sleep.
Get some snacks and sleep, buddy. Good seeing you.
Peace. Faux show. She did Sweep for Destiny. Yeah, dude. Like fucking fuck that bitch. I hate Not So Erudite. Everybody, like there was so many people being like trying to get me to come around on Not So Erudite, being like, she's a good person. You know what it was? It wasn't even that. It was because we did some fucking debate. It was like me, Destiny, her, or maybe it wasn't Destiny. I did a debate with Destiny at one point. No, that was a moderator. That was another debate. I did some debate with her on a panel, and I think Stardust was there maybe or something. And I wrote down the book for my list. Are you talking about David Beddoes' book? Great book, must read. And like she did something, and like she did her closing statement after me, and then she did like a 2-minute rant about why anarchism was this violent, contradictory nonsense thing that we all need to run away from. And it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. She just wanted to make sure that she had this long diss on my entire ideology and why I'm a bad person and like all, and then like, and I was like, yo, go fuck yourself. What the I was like, debate me. Like, you want to fucking do a sneak diss on this bullshit? Debate me on this issue. And then she ghosted me for like 2 months. Now I remember why I fucking really hate. I didn't like her energy to begin with, and then she did that shit, and I was like, oh, okay, this cowardly bitch knows that she can't handle the smoke, so she just wants to start some shit right at the end, and then act like I don't fucking exist later, and then try to like hit me up in Discord or something and be like, why aren't we cool? You're a really sagacious person. I really like you when you're being serious. I was like, nah, you don't get to be nice to me now. Like, you declared war on me, and now you're trying to act like I'm the asshole for being mad at you. Yeah, I've forgotten. It's been years. Fuck that bitch. Now, why are we bringing up old shit? I'm bringing up old shit, boys, but I'm just saying. I didn't trust her before that, and then she did that shit, and I was like, nah, fuck this lady. Definitely a good call. Yeah, I think so. All right, boys. I'm going to get out of here. Like, share, subscribe. Appreciate all the super chats. Where are you at? Saint Misfit. Unrelated. Andrew Wilson's force doctrine is just Carl Schmitt, right? I'm going to write this question down for when I'm not as not at the end of stream tired, but it is, I don't know if you're still here as well, Saint Misfit, so I can give you a proper answer to your super chat, like at a time that you're here and at a time where I'm not like super tired, and going and like going a rant. But I appreciate your super chats, guys. I appreciate the new members tonight. You know, the donated members. Join the Discord. Probably not going to be on for a couple days, but I'm going to take a new photo, so I have an updated photo for my shit, because I have an old ass photo with an old crappy mic when I was fatter. And then also I'm going to Saint Misfit, $20. Thank you. Jeez, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Remind me. I wrote it down, but I'm ADHD as hell. So remind me next time I'm streaming or something and you're around. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new intro video. Because the intro video that we have currently, a little bit long and a little bit outdated. So we're making a new fun intro video for streams. And yeah. And then I'll stream next week, and then I'll have the kids. And then that next weekend is DebateCon. And hopefully we'll get something worked out, and Grid can find somebody. We were going to do an Enemy Charlie thing, but you know, she has some prior engagements that she was already scheduled for, like some photo shoot or something. So we'll figure something out eventually, and it should be fun. I'm super excited to meet people and go check out Nashville. I haven't been to Tennessee in a long time, and you know, so join the Discord, join Twitter. Go Lives go in the Discord, so that's the place to really make sure. And I'll see you guys around. Everyone should look into moving to Wichita, Kansas. The mayor is a libertarian. People seem to really like her. Yeah, but then you gotta live in Wichita. I don't know. Maybe it's a good spot, and I'm just fucking like being a weirdo. Maybe Kentucky too. You know what I mean? Like, dude, Kentucky's got to be libertarian as fuck. They keep they're electing Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. Right? Like, there's no way Kentucky's not libertarian as fuck, right? Like, I don't know anything about Kentucky. There's got to be a city in Kentucky with enough fucking, what's the highest population city in Kentucky? Right? Louisville's 630, Lexington's got 320. And that's it. Everything else is like 30,000 or less. Oof. I mean, Louisville, Kentucky, right? Like, there's got to be a city life in Louisville. They got to be libertarian as fuck, right? Like, their state laws can't be that bad if they're consistently electing Rand Paul and Thomas Massey, right? Rand Paul sucks. Ron Paul is great. I mean, Rand Paul's not Ron Paul. I'll give you that. But Rand Paul's not that bad. Certainly better than any other senator I know. Right? Like, I gotta research Louisville, Kentucky, right? There's gotta be something. You know? All right, boys. I'll catch you in the Discord. I'll catch you on Zitter. And, you know, I'm be putting in some work this weekend, making some stream clips and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I did. Slope is dope. No thanks to you. Actually, you know what? Hold on, guys. Before we leave, our resident Spurg is here. He's been here most of the night. He's actively chatting. He's pissing people off. He's getting us viewers by being a viewer and by being a retarded Spurg. All right? He is indeed helping the stream. So everybody say goodbye. Slope, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Slope. I'll never let you in the Discord again because you broke the rules twice, I think. But I appreciate you here where I can actively watch you. Have a good one, boys.